It's Friday, November 22nd, 2024, around 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two. Tonight we're going to be playing a brand new case from Cryptic Killers called Murder on Mount Mortimer. But before we get started, let's check in with the chat, do a little bookkeeping. This may be, I'm not sure if we'll meet again before Thanksgiving. But if we don't, and you celebrate Thanksgiving in your part of the world, here's wishing you a happy Thanksgiving. It is nice to take time to consider the things we're thankful for in this life. I am very thankful to have people to play these games with here on YouTube. John says, just out of curiosity, was that trying to show the green screen close up? Yeah. On all my views, I have a toggle to show the green screen, which would normally be here. But that camera, which you can't see, which is right here, is turned off. So I turn it on for certain streams and then put the little green card here. But then I have to remember to toggle it off from my OBS. Okay, let's do a little bit of bookkeeping before we get started here. We recently played Guilty Monaco 1955 last week. Took us about 12 hours to get through it. Really a wonderful experience. I loved it. I loved playing through it with this group. We took it very seriously, which is the way I think you have to play most of these games, but especially that one. And I will be putting up a spoiler-free review of it soon. I did post earlier, several months ago, my spoiler-free review of Guilty Houston 2015, the first one. So if you're curious about that series, you could check that out, but I would recommend it. We've also been playing through on short notice late at night the 50 Clues series, which I have really been enjoying. It's a very dark, sort of twisted story, unusual, but I am it's scratching an itch and I'm really enjoying it, and we'll be finishing up the first trilogy of that in the next couple days or early next week. I did recommend a graphic novel, but I couldn't remember the name of it. I knew it was Brubaker, but Brubaker is the artist or the writer? I can't remember. There's one other person he teams up with for these graphic novels, and he's done a series called Criminal, which I really loved. The one I was trying to remember the name of is called Fatale, and it's on Amazon cheap. Ed Brubaker is the writer. And who's the artist who works with him? Who does in this all of these series? He worked with him in Fatale, he worked with him in Criminal. The spam, and I can't remember. Okay, I saw that Fatale is, all of these were released as single comics, and then they tend to get bunched up in compendiums. It looks like the Fatale compendium is quite cheap on Amazon if you're looking for a Christmas gift for someone who likes those kind of adult graphic novels. That's it. And I noticed that he's got two more recent ones out that I have not read, although I can't remember the names of them. But that may be what I'm getting for Christmas. Okay. In other scheduling news, on Sunday we'll play the second case of a new Dear Holmes series. Those sessions are only an hour long. If you're interested in joining me for weekend afternoon live streams, you can still catch up. Watch last week's stream before this coming Sunday. Those are different experiences, mostly just reading and talking. Anything else to talk about? Anyone have any Thanksgiving plans before? I think we'll probably meet again before Thanksgiving for something. While I'm waiting for the channel to tell me what you guys are up to, let's talk a little bit about Patreon. So the game we're playing today, Murder on Mount Mortimer, is the 10th Cryptic Killers game, I think. I believe we have played all of them but one on the channel live. One I played offline. I've reviewed all of them except for the last one that we played, that was Murder in Market Hill, that we played in April. And I'm a huge fan of the Cryptic Killers series. Now, Cryptic Killers is from England originally, and so these games get released, at least the last few have gotten released in England before they've made their way to the US. They tend to be very reasonably priced, about $20 US, off, sometimes even on sale for cheaper. But they come out first in England. And the reason this is related to the Patreon is that it's because of the Patreon supporters of this channel that I'm able to say, well, okay, I'm going to buy this from the British Amazon UK. It'll cost an extra $10, $15, which is what I did in this case, and we'll get to play it earlier. If it was just me, completely with my own money, I'd just be, and I wasn't doing this on YouTube, I'd just be inclined to wait an extra couple months and buy it when it gets to Amazon US. But the reason we're able to play it today is because of the Patreon supporters of this channel, which you see in the credits scrolling through. And I hope you will consider, if you've got some extra money in Christmas, I will be posting some recommendations for gifts, but if you have some leftover money, consider becoming a Patreon supporter of this channel. It helps us purchase games. It helps us back Kickstarters that I might not otherwise back. Makes it easier for me to buy more expensive games to bring to this channel. And it keeps this channel unbiased and uninfluenced by publishers. I just had a publisher email me today or yesterday saying, can we send you a copy of the Ghosts of Brandenburg, which is the follow-up game to the ocean liner one. I've forgotten what it's called now. Murder in the Caribbean. And I said, I don't take games from publishers, but we already bought it. And again, that was another game that was a little expensive to bring over, but because of the Patreon supporters, I was able to do it. Anyway, I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for those of you who watch and join me for these, and I'm grateful for those who think it's worth supporting the channel. Okay, so Cryptic Killers, what else do we need to say about this one that we're playing today? My experience has been that Cryptic Killers is some of the most consistently good cold case games, case file games sometimes, and our favorite ones have all been the ones that are difficult. And the last three or four, Murder in Miami, Murder at Merivale Manor, and Murder in Market Hill have all been 4s, and Market Hill was a 4.5. And they have all been, those are the last 3 games by Cryptic Killers, and they have all been phenomenal. So sooner or later, they are going to break down, and we are going to have a bad experience. But so far, our luck has been very good. And this is rated at 4 difficulty, so I'm very much looking forward to it. But I'm cognizant of coming into it with too high expectations and that ruining the experience. There's no easier way to have a bad time than to come in with high expectations. And if you come in with low expectations, very frequently, it's a surprisingly pleasant experience if those get surpassed. All right. Anything else to talk about? What's in my list here? The only other thing to remind you is that I've started a new series called Tabletop Mystery Game News, and I posted the first episode of that about a week ago, where I go through new mystery games in retail and kickstarting and whatever. And we also help decide during that live stream, that's a live stream, we talk about the games when we decide whether we're going to back any of them. And it's almost time for a new episode of that. I'll try to make them shorter going forward. And I think that means doing them once every 2 or 3 weeks. All right, shall we get started then? Murder on Mount Mortimer. Let's open it up. This is your normal reminder before we start that you can only play these games once, then it's all spoiled. So if you think you might want to play this with your own group, which I recommend, then you should stop watching once we get started, and you can come back and watch this video after you finish and see how you compare to us. All right, so I'm not sure we really need to read this. It tends to be repeated in the introduction, but let's take a look here. Read the evidence, eliminate the suspects, find the killer. A long, fierce storm hit Mount Mortimer's remote science research station. As the storm's fury showed no sign of letting up, tensions among the 9 staff members were nearing a breaking point. To save the station from a complete power failure, Dr. Nelson Achenbach went to collect fuel from the fuel store, but upon his return, he was brutally murdered. Now only 8 colleagues remain, each holding their own secrets. As the storm abates, the task of uncovering the truth behind Achenbach's death falls to you. The evidence has been collected for you. It's your job to read through the documentation, determine who murdered Dr. Achenbach. There are 31 documents in this folder. In addition to the evidence found here, you will also be required to access the internet to uncover further information about this case. Your mission is simple: eliminate as many of the suspects as possible so that we can find the killer and bring them to justice. Okay. I use my standard mystery slasher system of solving. The killer is always the suspect with a creative profession. If none, then the one with an academic profession. Interesting. Okay, so let me remind you as we do this that we do have some strategy to the Cryptic Killers games. And one of those strategy is to avoid the internet components until last. Specifically, there are a couple of things that Cryptic Killers seems to do, a formula, if you will. One of the formulas is that there's typically an email account that's password protected, and one of the puzzles is figure out the password to get into the email account. And frequently we found that the internet email access gives away stuff. It's almost like a clue system. It sort of locks in certain possibilities and eliminates suspects, etc. And we try to save that to last because we find if we had gone there first, we would have been given information that given a solution to something that we'd rather solve on our own. The second thing is that Cryptic Killers, the second thing in the Cryptic Killers formula is frequently some key piece of evidence, not infrequently like a photo where there's some detail, and when we spot it, it's like, aha, we found the secret thing. So we'll be keeping an eye out for all of that. Okay, this is why I said we didn't need to read the back, because it's repeating all of that here again. Brutally murdered when he came back from fuel. 8 colleagues remain, each holding their own secrets. Photo statements, medical reports, newspaper clippings, more. You also access an online inbox containing additional evidence. Okay, as the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all of the evidence provided, including any online content that is mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having observed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Through the process of elimination, we're confident you'll bring the culprits to justice. Very important, an evidence checklist. Okay, so you look at the list. We never do, but if something's missing, you can get it a digital version. There are hints. When you're ready to solve it, you go here. Okay. So, checklist of evidence. We tend not to read this. This is nice, little nicer formatted thing, not just a list. It's sort of in-game list. But we will go through that if we get stuck. All right, so there are different philosophies for playing these cold case games. Some people like to look at everything that exists first. You could take a look at it, but let's read the introduction. That way, for those of you who think you might want to play this on your own, don't have too many spoilers, although I'm of the belief that spoilers are over worried about. Royal Canadian Mountain Police, to serve and protect. Police Headquarters, White Horse Station, Yukon, December 4, 2022. Detective P.L. Ayers. It's been a long night. Yesterday, on Saturday, December 3rd, we received calls from the Mount Mortimer Scientific Research Station. The first couple of calls were to tell us that the station power had gone into reserve mode and that they were worried for the well-being of one of the staff members who had fallen sick. Before we could send someone up there, we received another call, which was to tell us that facility director Dr. Nelson Achenbach had been found dead. From the look of things, there was no doubt that he had been attacked and murdered. Thankfully, the break in the storm allowed us to send a team up there immediately to sort the matter out, including bringing the body down to the medical center for an autopsy. They also brought all the staff members down to our station, where we placed them in holding cells to prevent the murderer from making a run for it. As nobody else would have been up the mountain at that time, they are our suspect lineup. The station has a limited staff during the long, inhospitable winter, so the suspect list isn't too long. I assigned you and your partner, Detective Chris Carpenter, to the case. He flew to the station yesterday and gathered all the evidence in your absence. We have a limited amount of time before we must charge one of the research staff members with killing Dr. Achenbach, so I need you to solve the mystery as soon as possible. All of the information Carpenter gathered at the station yesterday is here for you to examine, including diary entries and reports. He also had all the suspects write a statement about their movements yesterday evening, December 3rd, which should further aid your investigation. Dr. Carpenter was also looking into getting further statements from people here in Whitehorse who might be able to help us further. He'll email those to your P.L. Ayers webmail address when he has time. On a related note, we have a message from tech support. This is the gimmick that they always have, that their password to the online account is a puzzle. Your password hint is bar on Front Street in Whitehorse, 5 characters, lake north of Silver City, 6 characters, height of Mount Mortimer in meters, 4 characters. So that information will be in the documents in our dossier scattered about. This seems like it's not a puzzle, just to collect these informations. Okay, and then you go here to get your email. All right, but we're not going to do this till the end. I want an alibi for everyone except the killer. Carl Winterburn, RCMP Chief of Police. Okay. So maybe we'll get out all of our documents and skim through them. All right. So do we have a newspaper report about what's gone wrong? No, because this is just background paper from November 15th. All right. So do we want to start with our timeline information? Saturday, December 3rd is when everything happened. First couple of calls about power out, then call Dr. Achenbach dead. Okay. And today is December 4th, so it's the next day, only one day. All right, let's maybe skim through our items before we read them. We've got some photographs, we've got a newspaper, we've got, this looks like our suspect list. Here's the guy who died, murdered, brutally murdered, we're told. Nelson Achenbach. We've got his date of birth and when he joined, okay. Here's the communications operator, Gary Dyer. Arlene Fitz, physician. Phoebe Haig, a biologist. John Klein, a zoologist. Martin Phelps, an astronomer. And then we've got 3 contractors that we have no photos for. So does that make up our 9 total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, here are 9 people at the station dead. One of the others we think killed them. Okay, we've got a little handbook for the station. That's pretty fancy. Statements. A little floor plan. Diary. Well, this looks pretty nicely produced here. So we've got lots of diary entries here. Wow, look at all this diary entries. Okay. So we'll be recreating November with diary entries. It's like an experiment they were running, an article on Achenbach. All right, let me zoom up so you can see it all. Medical report. A whole bunch of medical reports. Some observation records. Fuel storage log. Remember, he went out to get fuel. Another report. Results of some experiment. Coroner's report. I think we'll start there. Little brochure on altitude sickness. And October, it's Science Institute of Canada. All right, so I guess it makes sense that we start with some statements and autopsy. It looks like it's also related to autopsy and scene of crime. Okay, so I'd like to start there before we dig into background. Good. Okay. Let's take a look at the autopsy and get started. Coroner's report, 4th of December, 2022. Pathologist Dr. Albert Malton. Decedent's name, Nelson Achenbach. Jonathan says, do you want to take an early break? Yes. Why don't I do the autopsy, which seems like a little bit of the setup, then we'll take an early break. Sometimes we like to take an early break so that those of you who think you might want to play this by yourself have a good off-ramp. I'm going to do the coroner's report, though, this single page, just so we get a framing of this case. Then we'll take a break. Okay, 57 years old, 182 centimeters, 82 kilograms. They x-rayed the front of the neck, stab wounds to the right side of the neck. So we talk about this frequently. If they're cut from behind, that means you got a right-handed killer, maybe? Right, coming from behind. Well, I guess depends. But it's not a cut across the neck, just stab wounds, multiple stab wounds. If you were stabbing the person from in front of them, that would make you left-handed. Dr. Achenbach's cause of death is most certainly from the stab wound to the right side of his neck. It appears that a weapon had been thrust into his neck 3 times, in doing so, severing the carotid artery and causing death within seconds. This would line up with the blood stains in the corridor in which he was found. The wounds are round in shape, suggesting that the murder weapon was more of a spike than a flat blade. Seems like an ice pick, maybe. A minor puncture wound on the right side of his neck appears to be that left by a tranquilizer dart. Indeed, tests have confirmed the presence of various sedatives in the victim's blood, which are commonly found in tranquilizers. So you might imagine there would be tranquilizer guns in this research station if they're afraid of polar bears or wolves or something. So someone shot him with a tranquilizer dart. I took a swab of the victim's wounds. Often the murder weapon leaves a trace when it's used, microscopic dirt, debris, and other such particles. Finding these is often very useful in determining the manner of death. Though I was somewhat hopeful that I might be able to find such clues, I'm afraid I must report I couldn't find any foreign contaminant in the wound at all. It was remarkably clean, but I doubt the killer would have risked being discovered with the body by staying around to clean a wound. Judging by the state and the condition in which his body is in, my estimate is it happened between 2200 and 2220. So 10 p.m. and 10:20. Death between 10 p.m. and 10:20, otherwise known as 2200 to 2220. 3 puncture wounds round like an ice pick and very clean, and also a tranquilizer dart, also on the right side of the neck. It's kind of weird, don't you think? Shot with a tranquilizer dart in the same place he was stabbed. That's weird. Well, we'll have to see the scene of the crime to see if it's possible he was stabbed while he was lying down on the ground. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take an early break so that you have time to leave the channel if you think you might want to pick up this game and play it yourself. It is available now on the Amazon UK web store. It'll be available in the US soon, weeks, months, probably for about $20. Anyway, for those of you who are going to stick around and play it with me on YouTube tonight, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. I was just asking Jonathan, what is this blancmange? He says, it's kind of between ice cream and flan, heavy cream, confectioner's sugar, mace, and almond extract. All right, so DJ had a theory, though. He says, I'm going on record for the murder weapon being an icicle. I think that is very murder mystery-like idea, and I think there are several reasons why that seems like a good idea. First of all, I think DJ is picking up on this emphasis how clean the wound is. No foreign contaminant at all. That sounds like what would happen if you stab someone with an icicle. I think maybe another reason we're told the murder weapon was more of a spike than a flat blade because of the round shape. I think the other reason to dismiss the idea of an ice pick might be just the size of these stab wounds. 3 stab wounds. I mean, they look fairly big. In fact, you could go further. You could say the fact that they're different diameters would suggest something like a cone-like shape of a icicle, so that if you stab it in deeper, you get a bigger hole. If it just goes in a little bit, you get a small hole. And if it goes in halfway, you get a medium-sized hole. Something that an ice pick wouldn't do. So I think I like this idea of icicle. In fact, that seems very likely to me to be the cause. Okay, let's take a look at got a diagram of the scene, but no lead up. Let me see, maybe the lead up is here. These statements were taken from those present at the Mount Mortimer Scientific Research Station. Staff were asked where they were at the time of the murder. This is recorded by our partner, Chris Carpenter. Arlene Fitz. Where's our list of people? Okay, so here's a statement by Arlene Fitz. I was checking up on Michael when the facility went into reserve power mode. I went to find Dr. Achenbach and found him in the corridor outside his office. Wanting to avoid a total power outage, he decided to go to the fuel store to get some more fuel. Before he left, we both took a walkie-talkie in case he got into any trouble. I went back to the infirmary to make sure Michael was all right and warm enough. After making him as comfortable as I could, I went to the communications room. Achenbach had asked me to keep the police in Whitehorse abreast of the power situation. I wasn't sure which comms device would work in reserve mode, but I found the satellite phone was fully charged, so I used that. Thankfully, it worked, but the sound quality was poor. It was hard to hear the other end. I had to turn off the walkie-talkie in order to concentrate. My call went through, and I told the police about our situation. Then I also decided to make the executive decision of asking for help getting Michael off the mountain. I hadn't discussed that with Achenbach, but I was worried about what would happen if we did have a total power outage and we weren't able to get the generator going again. So I thought it wise. A proper hospital was probably best for him in the long run anyway. So we were told that one of the people was ill, and it looks like it's Michelle, not Michael. Okay, so that's who she's talking about, Michelle. I then went to find somebody else in the station. It was while wandering through the corridors on 1F that I found the body of Dr. Achenbach. He was lying on the ground in a pool of blood, which was coming from his neck. I guess my scream must have alerted Russell, the cook, who'd been in the kitchen washing dishes after dinner. I went to tell the police while Russell went to find the fuel cans that Achenbach was supposed to bring in to refuel the generator to get the electricity and heating back to full power. So Achenbach leaves to get fuel. He's found murdered, but the fuel cans that he was supposed to get aren't on his body. That's weird. I don't know if Dr. Achenbach tried to call me on the walkie-talkie, though I guess it's possible because I was focusing on talking to the police. And here is Russell, the person that she's talking about, one of the other contractors. Russell says, at the time we went into reserve mode, I was in the kitchen clearing things up after dinner. I don't normally leave things that late, but with all the commotion that evening, I had fallen behind, and I don't like leaving it until the next morning. Otherwise, the mess just piles up higher and higher. The dishwasher isn't on the reserve circuit, so going into reserve meant I had to do everything by hand. But as I said, it's good to keep the kitchen clean and not let the mess pile up. And my music playing on my phone, I often do when I'm cleaning up. It makes the job less tedious. I remember hearing a thump sound a couple of minutes later. To be honest, it didn't strike me as anything out of the ordinary at the time. You hear thumps all the time as large clumps of snow fall off the roof. A short while after, I thought I'd heard the snowcat driving away, but again, it didn't strike me as anything inherently suspicious. I didn't see who entered the garage via the corridor. I must have had my back turned on the window at the time. However, soon after, I heard Dr. Fitz screaming, and I rushed to see what it was all about. She had found the body of Dr. Achenbach in the corridor. We agreed I would refuel the generator while she spoke to the police. Okay, so he goes to wash dishes. Couple minutes later, we can timeline him washing dishes. We could timeline the murder a little bit better, or vice versa. Here's a thump. That's maybe Dr. Achenbach falling down. And then a little while after, he hears a snowcat driving away. And then he mentions, I don't know why, I didn't see who entered the garage via the corridor. It's a weird statement to make. Is he trying to say, I did see that someone entered the garage, but I didn't see who? I must have had my back turned on the window at the time. Okay, we'll have to situate ourselves with this scene and try to figure it out. Okay, then he hears her screaming, and then they have the discussion that she tells us about. Okay, next up we have Phoebe, the biologist. Phoebe Haig. At the time we went into reserve, I was working in my controlled artificial environment. I could tell because the lights became a little dimmer. I must admit, I've been a bit naughty. The CAE shouldn't really be on the reserve circuit, but I had hooked it up to that so that I wouldn't lose all of the hard work I've put into my experiments. I was in the CAE at the time of the murder, taking measurements of the lichens growing inside. Strange time to be working, I know, but the experiment has set times when I need to make measurements, and one of those is late in the evening. Better than being early in the morning. Also, what with all the unpleasantness that had happened that day between Martin and Gary, I had to do something to take my mind off it and relax. When I'd finished my work for the evening, I came downstairs. I was planning on heading straight to bed, but I could feel something was off. I found Russell and Dr. Fitz, who told me Achenbach was dead. Okay, so she's improperly put her lab on the reserve circuit so that it wouldn't go down if there was power down. And she says she has to be there to monitor her experiments at certain times. Okay, next up is Harriet Hiller, the helicopter pilot. I was in the helicopter. Gary had been knocked out, and Arlene demanded that Gary be sent directly to the hospital at Whitehorse because you're meant to get up shortly after being knocked out, but Gary was still down and out, though still breathing. The storm had died down, so we decided to get going and use the window of opportunity in case it picked up again. We set off for Whitehorse sometime between 8 and 8:30 p.m., and the round trip was around 2 hours. An hour there and an hour back. By the time we got back, Achenbach was already dead. Okay, so we're told that the ME identified his time of death as 10 to 10:20. Then she says here it takes us 2 hours to get back. So if they left at 8:30, they got back at 10:30. It makes sense that he was already dead. Same thing, 8, get back at 10. He might have been dead by then. So she doesn't really have an alibi because she could have come back. She left at 8, takes 2 hours. She could have gotten back at 10. She could have had 20 minutes to kill him. So not necessarily an alibi. But did they bring, so they brought Gary to they brought Gary, where's I thought it was Michael. Michael was all right. So Michael or Michelle is the one who's injured, and now someone else is injured? Why is Gary injured now? All right, let's keep reading. John Klein, that's this fellow here, the zoologist. I was in the helicopter at the time. Gary, the radio man, had been knocked unconscious, and they needed someone to look after him for the journey down to the hospital at Whitehorse. In hindsight, they didn't really need me. Gary was unconscious, but stable the whole journey through. I think it was more that Harriet wanted to concentrate on flying the chopper, didn't want to worry about making sure Gary was okay the whole time. Better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. That journey was smooth. Harriet's a good pilot. One thing that struck me as peculiar, though, was on the way back. I saw lights far into the distance on the mountain. These lights were moving. Didn't think much of it until we got back and I heard Achenbach had been killed and Phelps was nowhere to be found. Michael Phelps is nowhere to be found, the astronomer. Interesting. Okay, and then here's Michelle Besson, who we're told by this person had some problem. Let's read what he says. I guess he's fine now. Michelle Besson. I was unconscious at the time, and I'm still suffering from brain fog. Achenbach made me walk through a raging blizzard to stock up on fuel for a generator that appeared to be working fine. I have no idea what happened, but I must have slipped, tripped, or fainted. Next thing I know, I am woken up on hospital bed in the infirmary. They told me the only reason I was being treated up in the mountain for so long was because of the storm. I've only just learned that there was an altercation between Gary, Dr. Martin, and Dr. Martin. Apparently, they were a lot more worried about Gary's condition than mine, or maybe they were just happy with how my rewarming was coming along. So they used the break in the storm to get him to Whitehorse Medical Center using the limited space inside the helicopter. Can you believe that? I've been in a coma, yet somehow I didn't get priority. After everything I've been through, you'd think I'd be the first in line for that helicopter ride down to the medical center. Okay, so 2 people injured, Michael and Gary. Michael gets better on his own. Gary, there's only room for 1 in the helicopter, presumably, so they decide to fly Gary to the hospital. Gary gets injured in this altercation between Dr. Martin, who's the guy who's missing. How did Michelle Besson get injured? Achenbach told him to get fuel, and he slipped, tripped, or fainted, or he was shot by a tranquilizer dart and doesn't realize it. Interesting. Does someone not want fuel to be gotten? Seems like 2 people here got killed, but this guy got made unconscious while he was going to get fuel. Our Dr. Achenbach was killed when he was trying to get fuel. And this guy says that generator was working fine, so why would I have to go get fuel for it? And why did it stop working? Is this all about the generator? Interesting possibilities. Okay, I've got some scene of the crime. I wouldn't mind some description of what we're looking at here, though, but I don't see a larger report. Maybe, all right, hold on. Before we get into that, let's familiarize ourselves with the Mount Mortimer Scientific Research Station. Here's their handbook. Welcome to the Mount Mortimer Scientific Research Station. Though built in 1969, it is still known as one of the best high-altitude research facilities in northwest Canada. Located in the St. Elias mountain range, 2,805 meters above sea level, 3/4 up Mount Mortimer, the station operates year-round to provide state-of-the-art research facilities to scientists of all branches. Here they are on the map. There's Anchorage, Alaska, Fairbanks, Gulf of Alaska, and there's Mount Mortimer. Okay. Here's a close-up. What they're near. Okay. Rules. Treat everyone at the station with courtesy and respect. Mount Mortimer is a protected environment. Don't contaminate it in any way. Dispose of any refuse within the station. Anyone staying at the station long-term must report for a physical and mental checkup with our station physician once a week. Everyone staying at the station is assigned a berth. Berths are locked with fingerprint scanners, so you may only enter the berth to which you are assigned. You are responsible for keeping your berth and workspaces clean. We might want to, I know one of our, let's see, maybe we'll make a list so we remember to note it when we find it. These things we need for the password. Okay. We've got a bar on Front Street. We've got lake north of Silver City. Six characters long. The bar is 5 characters. Height of Mount Mortimer in meters. Which is 4 characters. Okay, so have we got 1 or 2 of them from here? So 2805 meters is 3/4 up Mount Mortimer. So Mount Mortimer height, 0.75 times the height equals 2805. So divide by both. Height equals 2805 divided by 0.75, which we can just type in. 2805 divided by 0.75. Oops. 374. Oh, is what I get. Are we on the same page? It's not 2805 times 0.75. It's if the password is the height of the station, or is the password the height of the top of the peak? The station is 2805 meters. The station is 2805 meters. That's the exact height of the station. So if you want the height of the entire mountain, it's 3740. Let's see, the height of Mount Mortimer. So they don't actually want the height of the station. They want the height of the entire mountain range. So I get 3740, number 3. Okay, and then the other password was the lake north of Silver City. Well, there's Silver City. So it looks like the lake north, assuming north is to the top of our screen, is going to be Cluane Lake, which is 6 letters, which is what we're looking for. Oh. There's our lake north of Silver City. We need to confirm that north is north. Where's our compass rose? Generally, maps are north at the top. 40 north to 80 north. So yes, north is going that way. All right, let's keep going. Day-to-day business. 3 meals a day are served at Mount Mortimer. Breakfast from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., lunch from 12 to 2, and supper from 6 to 9. Further snack and drink facilities can be found in the 2F kitchenette. That's sort of important for us to keep track of where things are, because we already heard someone mention something about, did they actually mention 2F? What did that person say? It was the cook who said that he didn't see someone behind him or something. Where is our person who was in the kitchen? Here, the guy washing dishes. He mentioned a specific hallway. I was in the kitchen. Dishwasher. Phone. Thump. Here's the snowcat. I didn't see you enter the garage via the corridor. I must have had my back turned on my window at the time. After I heard Dr. Fitz, I rushed up. Boy, I thought it told us what corridor this person was in. All right, maybe I'm misremembering it. No strict timekeeping at Mount Mortimer. However, having a regular schedule can help keep your internal body and clock in check. At 60 degrees north, summer days can last up to 18 hours. And that's where we are here at 60 north. Latitude or longitude, whatever that is. Summer days up to 18 hours. Winter days, that's what we're in, only up to 6 hours of daylight. Whether you're a stickler for a regular 9 to 5 or you make your own time, stick to them. NB, the station is powered by the main generator. There is a backup generator that automatically starts when the fuel in the main generator runs out. In the unlikely event that the fuel runs low on the backup generator, the station will go into reserve mode. Most of the facilities in the station will not work in reserve mode. It's a station policy to notify the local police in Whitehorse if the station goes into reserve power mode. Police will help assist and make provisions in these circumstances. At nearly 3,000 meters above sea level, the atmosphere is much thinner. Don't exhaust yourself. Be wary of exerting yourself too much. Be cautious around the wildlife on Mount Mortimer. The best way to avoid an attack is simply to give any wildlife a wide berth. But make sure to wear animal repellent when venturing away from the station. Bears, cougars, wolves, and moose roam freely around the mountains. Make sure to inform the station chief of your plans if you are leaving the station. A tranquilizer gun is stored in the storage room. It is only to be used as a last resort. Okay, so storage room for the tranquilizer gun. In the winter months, which we're in, temperatures can regularly drop well below freezing. Dress up in thick winter gear. Only venture out if you absolutely have to, and stay out for as short a time as possible. Avoid going out in blizzards, as the wind chill will drop temperatures even lower, and it's easy to lose your bearings in low visibility. Icicles can form on overhanging ledges that are battered by the winds. These can become sharp and heavy. Watch your head when walking about. Is it possible that our guy just fell down and the icicles fell on him? Seems unlikely, and he was found inside, so, okay. But yeah, icicles, I think that's it. There's more of icicle clues. Okay, what have we got here? Facilities. Everyone staying at Mount Mortimer, SRS, has their own private berth with a workspace, including a laptop or PC. Our communal space includes a library with books and music, as well as a pool table, ping pong table, and darts board. Our TV room includes a library of films and video games. Our gym is well equipped with various machines and pieces of equipment to help you keep fit during your stay. Here's a little clue that they're in berths, right? The doors are fingerprint access, so no one can get into your berth without a matching fingerprint, but it looks like they've got windows out. Like someone could walk by, if this is on the ground floor, and see if you're in and maybe even get in through the window. So I don't know how secure those rooms are. Here's the weight room with a clock, but who cares about that? We don't even know when this brochure was made. The station has transportation to local towns via plane in the summer months or helicopter, weather dependent, and snowcat, which has a speed limit, 30 kilometers per hour. The nearest town with a general store is called Haines Junction, 80 kilometers away by road. It's easily accessible using the snowcat, even after heavy snowfall. The mountain road provides a clear and obvious path. The laundry room is available on 1F. So we've got a kitchenette in 2F. We've got 1F laundry room. And we're also told that the tranquilizer in the storage room. Hope we'll get a map of this place. Ah, look at that. We do have some nice map. Wonderful. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so there's the airplane runway. It runs in the summer. Hangar and runway. The peak is this way, and here must be the station in general, with the generator room below the dining hall. Basement and outside. Okay, so generator room downstairs below the dining room. Here's first floor, 1F. Okay, 1F, first floor. So below the dining hall is the generator room. On the ground floor, it looks like we have shower stalls. No, showers, toilets. Okay, I guess these are the men's rooms where they sleep, the men's berths and the women's berths. Each set of berths has some berths that are lockable, 8 of them, 8 of them. They have toilets and showers. Men and women have their own areas. There's the helipad on the ground floor. There's the storage closet where presumably the tranquilizer gun is. These rooms have windows to the outside. We've got some interior rooms without windows. We've got the garage. We were told that our guy washing dishes had his back to the window, didn't see who came in through the garage or something like that. TV room, gym, communal space, communal bathrooms, and elevator. Okay. And it says the cook talked about not seeing anyone in the garage because of the snowcats being stored in there, and he heard someone speeding away in a snowcat. Okay, so snowcats here, big garage door. The snowcat would get driven out. I think our dishwasher must have been here with his, I'm not sure, back to the window, whatever. He didn't see anyone. We can reread that. We've got a fresh water silo here. And how would you get down to the generator room? Looks like through these stairs. Okay. Fuel store this way. That's important for us. Okay. Wow. Look, second floor. What have we got here? Offices, comms, head office, research lab, bathrooms, controlled environment. I believe that's what that woman was talking about, her COE. The third floor has another research lab, conference room, bathrooms, research labs, and what? Additional women's quarters and additional men's quarters. Okay, that's important because these would be too high up for anyone to come in the window or see in through window. So depending on where someone was staying, but we do have a fire escape. Fourth floor. Wow, this is a tall place. Okay, what have we got? Telescopes, communications, teaching rooms, laundry, TV, boiler room. Okay. We hope you enjoy your time at Mount Mortimer SRS. If you have any questions or need any help during your stay, please contact your facility director. All right. So map the floor plan seem pretty important to us. All right. Let's see. We've got our diary. We've got patient information. I want to read this drawing. I just want to see if there's another part of it. No. Okay. So this looks like, I guess, our detective, has made some notes. Let's see what he's drawn. Okay, so he circled a bunch of places. Where's our map? Let's see, what is he? Okay, so he says, here's the disc 7 is where they found the discarded tranquilizer dart. Found by the caterpillar tracks leading away from the snowcat bay. I think you would line up what floor this is, but is this the helipad here? Backstairs. I think that's what we're looking at here. I think it's turned on its side. Okay. So maybe we'll do it like this. It's the best way. All right. Let's see. Tranquilizer dart found by the caterpillar tracks leading away from the snowcat bay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to do this. Okay, so tranquilizer darts here. Discarded tranquilizer dart. Trails of watery footprints lead from the garage door to where Achenbach was. I believe they were left by him and the cook, who I'm told nipped out to grab the fuel to restart the generator soon after finding Fitz and Achenbach in the corridor. Watery footprints here. Oh, walking this way. Okay, so there's our watery footprints. And there's the discarded tranquilizer at right near the, where's the body? This is where the body was found, 7. Okay, so this is 1. This isn't 7. So is that here? Okay, here is where the discarded tranquilizer dart is, which looks like it's outside. I guess H. I'm not sure what this line is, but okay. This is where the H is up here. And it looks like discarded tranquilizer dart right here. Here's this. So as I read it, the discarded tranquilizer dart looks like it's here. That's location 1. And then location 7 is right here. Then 6. Okay, so let's go back here. Helipad moves on rails. I see. So the helipad can slide out or back in. That makes sense. Then you just slide it out with the helicopter still on it. Okay, so discarded darts here. Okay. By the caterpillar tracks. Maybe the caterpillar tracks are the snow caterpillar. Okay. Trails of watery footprints near the garage door. That's showing they have a path through here. Okay. Doors to the storage closet. There was a loose pin hinges. These pins have been removed from both hinges, presumably using the hammer and woodworking. Hammer and woodworking. Brad awl. Okay, awl is like an ice pick. It's like a spike, but it's pretty thin. That were lying on the floor inside of the storage closet. The fact that the door had been neatly placed to the side suggests that whoever did it was careful to keep it from crashing to the ground. So someone took the pins out of the door to get into the storage closet quietly. Well, I don't really know about that. I mean, even if you didn't care about being quiet, you'd still do the same thing. The fact that the door had been Neatly placed to the side. I don't know. I don't buy this. I mean, anyone who was taking the door off would have put it there, but okay. Storage closet. Loose pins. That's at location 3. Let's confirm that that lines up with our map of the storage closet. Yes. Okay. All right. Moving on here. Maybe it was just placed there because the other edge of the door was still attached to the frame via combination padlock. I see. So whoever this was, they couldn't get in. Someone needed to get into the storage room, didn't know the combination, so took it off at the hinges. I'm told this room is where the tranquilizer gun is usually kept. The helipad is on rails, can be moved into the building whenever the weather outside is bad enough to cause damage to the helicopter. The station's snowcat was missing from its bay when the body of Dr. Achenbach was found. Furthermore, I'm told the garage shutter had been left open. When I arrived, the staff had closed it purely to keep the station warm. So it sounds like that this guy probably got on the snowcat and left, but we don't know why. The person in the kitchen heard someone leave with it, though. This is where the tranquilizer dart gun was found. Just down the corridor from where the body was found. The analysis didn't provide any useful information other than it had been used. Okay, so body was found here. Watery footprints here. And here is where the gun is. Dart is here. Dart is here. I don't know why there's a different number. It looks like 1 and 2 are basically at the same location. Gun is here. Used dart here. Sorry. Used gun here. Down the corridor from the dead body. Used gun and dart here. Used gun here. Dead body here. Okay, this is where Dr. Achenbach's body was found, by the stairs leading down to the generator room in the basement. Apparently, he had been carrying 2 jerry cans of fuel that he dropped outside before stumbling and reaching this location. Presumably, he was heading to a communal area to seek help before succumbing to the effects of the tranquilizer dart. A stream of blood flowed from his neck, winding its way down the corridor. There was also a large amount of gasoline spill down the top of his coat. Blood on the right side where he was stabbed. Staining to the jacket, it doesn't appear to be fresh blood. Huh. Okay. So this guy's theory is that he's coming in with fuel. He gets stabbed and he gets shot. Sorry, he gets shot or stabbed, stumbles in, dripping blood, succumbs to his wounds here. Dropped the jerry cans somewhere. We're not told exactly where. He'd been carrying 2 jerry cans. He dropped outside before stumbling. So maybe he was shot outside. Where is the blood dripping? Because I'd like to know. A stream of blood flowed from his neck, winding its way down the corridor, along with gasoline down his shirt, his coat. There were 3 holes in one side of his neck, presumably caused by the weapon that killed him. Various other marks near those holes suggest additional attempts were made, but the weapon perhaps failed to penetrate the skin. Okay, that's more clear evidence that it was an icicle. So I definitely think the icicle theory is 100% right. But it would be nice if we were told more clearly where the blood started and ended. We're told there's blood down the corridor. So maybe down here. We aren't told any blood starting from outside. Our detective theorizes that he probably was shot with the dart here. And in fact, there's a tranquilizer dart is here, basically. So he gets hit with a dart. The watery footprints go this way. Then he gets stabbed here where the assailant drops the tranquilizer gun and stabs him. And then drips blood, drips blood, drips blood, and passes out. So shot here, throws off the tranquilizer dart, which lands on the ground, walks in here to get help, dripping water. The assailant drops the gun and stabs him, and he walks a little bit, and he's dead. Where are the jerry cans? Where did he get his gasoline spill? Where did the old blood come from? These are things we don't know. And okay. So let's see what other documents we have. We have an older newspaper and some photos. I wonder if we're gonna, why don't we save the photos until we read the diary, which may reference them. This is an old newspaper. Perhaps we could look over it here. White Horse Times. I bet we're going to find the location of the bar from the password reset here. Storm dubbed Storm of the Century due to hit tomorrow. This is way back in November. All right, there's not too much here. Let's read this paper. Meteorologists at the South Yukon Weather Tracking Station claim that the storm due to hit will be the fiercest storm since the Great Storm of 1928. Not only will it be particularly intense, but they also predict that it's due to last several days. Indeed, these factors have led to the SYWTS going so far as to call it the storm of the century. Residents are encouraged to ensure their emergency supplies are well stocked and to only venture outdoors if absolutely necessary. In a statement, Bill Stevenson, chief meteorologist at the SYWTS, said, "It certainly looks to be something we've never seen before, not in living memory. Can't remember any storm myself being this intense. But there isn't any need to panic. While it might be unusually fierce, there's no need to treat this storm any differently from any other. As long as residents act sensibly, take the appropriate precautions, and avoid taking any unnecessary risks, we believe this storm can pass without posing a risk to human life. Please ensure you have all your provisions prepared, stay in your homes unless necessary, and be cautious of any potential hazards such as trees and telephone poles." However, Stevenson went on to say that they believe the storm could pose a risk to infrastructure. As stated, we believe the storm could pull down trees and overhead wires. You may experience a power outage, so please ensure your phones are fully charged before the storm in case you need them afterwards. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police also put out a statement in which they reassured residents that emergency services would be available during the storm. They advised residents to ensure that they have a flashlight with working batteries and other items, such as a first aid kit. Meanwhile, with flying conditions expected to be impossible, all flights to and from the airport will be grounded for the duration of the storm. Similarly, all train services will be canceled. The police are asking motorists to refrain from driving unless absolutely necessary. Okay. This was the storm of the century on November 15th, 2 weeks ago. Is there some sense that this was lasting through to today? What's the weather outlook? I wonder if we can see when the storm was due to end. Okay. Otters in profile, mayhem makers, and fantastic fishermen. Wildlife specialist Jerry Smalls fills us in, page 9. Helping Hands in Your Community, 5-page volunteering special, page 18. Okay, what have we got? Book your next break with Canada Chill. Mayor christens new fleet of snowplows. 4 brand new snowplows arrived yesterday just in time for the storm. Mayor of Whitehorse, Chris Jenkins, broke a bottle of champagne against the blade of one of the plows, which has been christened Snow Business. At the ceremony, Jenkins told reporters, "The winters may be getting colder and the winds may be getting fiercer, but we're determined to keep life going here like we always have." The Whitehorse Times has learned that the new plows will replace 3 plows that had been in service since 2002 and will be retired after the storm has blown over. As Mayor Jenkins said to the Whitehorse Times, "I know the residents of this city want to know their taxes are being spent carefully. So we're careful to get everything we can from these machines, giving the machines regular maintenance so we get our full money's worth from our investment. But eventually, like any machine, they reach the end of their lives. We think we're spending smart here. Rest assured, we will sell off the old machines and do our best to get the best deal we can for them." Have they been sold to the station? Okay, here's the last article in the paper. Bodies identified after death on Alaska highway by Joshua Enters. Police say they've identified the people who died last weekend after their car went off the road on the Alaska highway. According to Chief Winterburn, they were a group of tourists from Seattle who had made a road trip to Alaska to see the aurora borealis. They were heading south back home so as not to get caught in the storm, but died when their car came crashing off of the road into the western ravine. Heavy fog may have been present. While it is believed the car might have been going over the speed limit, police have ruled out driving under the influence as a cause of the crash. They went on to say that their relatives have been told and they're working with the U.S. consulate to repatriate the bodies to their families. If you've been affected by this story and need support, please visit our website to talk to someone that can help. Is that a clue that we can visit the Whitehorse website? Whitehorse Times website. I'm going to keep a little to-do list here. And then there's an ad here, 20 millionaires per week from play to hooray. Okay. And nothing jumps out here as being all that relevant for us, except this big storm, but we don't know when. Maybe we're going to hear about it in the diary. I mean, it's not till November 15th and then soon after for, it looks like, at least a week. That doesn't bring us to our time. Well, all right, so let's see what else we've got. We've got a big set of diary pages. Let me just organize stuff a little bit here. Big set of diary pages. Experiment, magazine article, medical report, not from our desks, but from our people. Remember, they're told to get regular medical exams. Observation, fuel storage log, reports about the station, more medical experiment results, altitude sickness, monthly newsletter. Okay. Looks like there was some other photo somewhere, but All right, so we've just got miscellaneous documents. Let's save the fuel log for last. I do want to look at this, then we'll start into the diary. So it's just a brochure from Healthcare Canada, the White Horse Medical Center. Altitude sickness, your body at high altitude. Being physically fit does not decrease your risk of suffering from altitude sickness. Symptoms include headache, nausea, loss of appetite, nausea and vomiting, fatigue, trouble sleeping, dizziness. Your body at high altitude. At higher altitudes, there's less oxygen in the air. This can seriously affect your health. Take care and be aware of the symptoms. While altitude sickness typically occurs above 2,500 meters, which we are, some people are affected at lower altitudes. Another thing to be aware of is an increase in heart rate. The higher you travel, the less oxygen you take in with every breath. Oxygen deprivation leads to the heart working harder. Your body will eventually adjust, but either way, take it easy. Keep aware of how your heart is pumping. The average resting heart rate is 60 to 100. When awake and when asleep, it's 40 to 50. While at high altitude, don't exert yourself too hard. This will only further increase your blood pressure. Remember to drink lots of water. If you think you're suffering from altitude sickness, decrease to a lower altitude. If you suffer from hypertension or high blood pressure, remember to carry emergency supplies of your medication when traveling to high altitudes, and where possible, reduce your salt intake. We read that, and here's the back. If you have any further questions about altitude sickness, contact your local medical professional. Leaflet produced by Healthcare Canada. Okay. All right, I think maybe we should go through the diary. Lots of entries here. Why don't we take a break first? When we come back, we'll start getting into the diary. So far, I don't know, not much clues as to what happened or who's alibied with timeline or anything. We've just gotten lots of setting, atmospherics, and a nice floor plan of the scene of the crime, but no, not much to figure out yet. But maybe the diary is going to give us some insight into motive. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. I can see already looking at these diaries that it's not one person's diary. It's diaries from multiple people because of the overlap here. November 24, November 20, 16/12, November 28, 24. So 2 November 24s, 2 November 16, 2 November 28. So I wonder how many different people we have here. And a little odd, isn't it, that we're not, like, you'd think that the detective who collected these would have some note about where he's gotten them from. Do we have our, I suppose we have our list here. Diary, diary, diary. We're not told though. All right, well, let's try to go, I guess, sequentially. Start with the earliest date. These are double-sided. November 12th. All right, let's just not worry about the order that they come in. Let's see if we can. This looks like this is going to be an interesting part of this case. I don't remember Cryptic Killers investing so much in diary entries before, but this is one of my favorite things to be able to read in these cases to give us an insight into these people. Okay, a little drawing. No idea what that's about. No idea. It looks like a little smiley face thing. 2022. They're all from 2022, which is our date of our incident. Okay. I've started keeping a log of goings on around here at the Mount Morty SRS. Credit for this idea must go to Dr. Fitz, who found some spare. Let me get my people out so we can remember who they are. Okay, so this is not the diary of Dr. Fitz because it mentions Dr. Fitz. Looks like maybe a female handwriting, but who knows? Credit for this idea must go to Dr. Fitz, who found some spare notebooks for us all to help us keep sane during the long winters. Hey, it's good for the mind, who might argue. Maybe while I'm up here, I could use it to finally get that screenplay written. Feels like one of the puzzles is going to be to identify which diary entries belong to which people. Okay, so this is someone who's writing a screenplay, wants to write a screenplay. There's their little scribble. The Killer Yeti of the Canadian Rockies. Well, it's still a working title. I like Dr. Fitz, considering she was stationed here at the last minute. She gets on with everyone very well. Well, everyone except Dr. Achenbach. It's become apparent amongst all of us that there's bad blood between Dr. Fitz and Dr. Achenbach. It seems Dr. Fitz goes out of her way to avoid being in the same room as him. Dr. Achenbach is ever eating dinner in the dining room. Dr. Fitz will take her dinner and eat it in the doctor's office. She says it's because she has work to do, but surely no doctor would do that. It's unhygienic. Surely. Maybe I should try asking some radio friends when the interference goes away. I wonder if we shouldn't start. I'll tell you what, let's keep notes on who we think each diary. This is a screenplay writer, not Fitz as radio friends. Achenbach made me go up into the something to see if I could sort out the interference. The radio room? Radome, to see if I could sort out the interference. I told him the way to sort it out would be buy new equipment that wouldn't fail during a magnetic storm. He bristled at that and just told me, see what I could do. Maybe he was hoping I'd sort out the aurora, that if I shouted at it long enough, I might scare it away. Well, I obliged him to keep the peace. Man, it's colder than an ice bath at the South Pole up here. And guess what? No, there wasn't anything I could do about the interference. We'll just have to wait it out. So this is on the 14th of November. Remember, Tuesday, November 15th was the storm is coming. It's like, I guess it's going to come tomorrow on the 16th. Looks like it really hits. Okay, so a storm is on the 16th. All right, so we're not sure who's writing this diary yet. What's our next one? Okay, we got 2 November 16th. Let's see what those are about. Let's see. Different handwriting, same handwriting. Okay, this looks like this is this person's continuing diary. All right. The interference went away today, thank God. With the equipment not working, there wasn't anything for me to do. Not that I had the most exciting job in the first place, but still, problem is, now the storm's hit, we're all stuck up here. Not that my job entails much outside work, but it was nice to go into Whitehorse every now and then. This place doesn't have a bar. It doesn't even have any booze at all. Should have smuggled in a 6-pack. All right, this person likes to drink. When boredom strikes, you've got to do something to combat that. Sometimes you have to make your own entertainment. Every man who's had the misfortune of being assigned to cabin 6 knows about how you hear all of the noises from the garage, including rattling of the shutter door in high winds and the snowcat when it fires up. If you like getting a good night's sleep, you avoid cabin 6. Well, that's where Russell, the latest cook, is sleeping. When he asked us about what the rattling noise was, I jokingly said, probably just the Canadian Yeti outside your room. They come out at night to look for fresh meat. I'd been working on my screenplay, so the idea was fresh in my mind. His response, knock it off. I hate that horror movie crap. Okay, so Russell is in cabin 6. Who's the cook? Okay. And then continuing on to the 18th. Told Russell we got a call from Whitehorse telling us to be on the lookout for a Canadian Yeti. The jaws that bite, the claws that catch. He really doesn't like the idea of it. I don't mean to be cruel, but it's kind of funny, this grown man getting so worked up over such a cock and bull story. Hey, I'll lay off eventually. Until then, it's a bit of harmless fun. Okay. Maybe we could try to pull off all of the 19... Yes, I think we're continuing here. Okay, I think this person's continuing. So there's the 19th. Right. 18th, 19th, 20th. I think this is the same person. He says, or she says, I might have to cancel all Yeti plans with Russell. I had to pass a real message to him today from a guy called Jared. Apparently, Russell's daughter isn't coping well with her depression, and Jared says he doesn't have the time or energy to care for her anymore. He said he's working on a big case at the moment, and that has to take priority. Russell seemed pretty upset about it when I passed the message on. He almost punched a hole in the door while grumbling something to the effect of, I knew I shouldn't have given that guy my blessing. Anyway, safe to say, the mood is getting a little frosty up here. People should keep themselves to themselves, but that's easier said than done when you're the guy who receives everyone's personal calls. So this is the radio guy that we're dealing with here. Who is our radio person? We don't have a dedicated radio person, but I wonder if it's Michael Besson, the mechanic. Oh, here, it's Gary, probably, right? Probably Gary, the communications operator, who's in charge of everyone's messages. Okay. Okay, so he says on the 20th, I might have to cancel the Yeti plans because he got a real call about this guy's son-in-law. Okay, next page here on November 23rd. I asked around on the radio network and found the gossip I wanted last week. Apparently, Achenbach and Fitz worked together back in Vancouver, where Fitz had an affair with one of the scientists. Somehow Achenbach found out about it and he went and told everyone. It would seem Dr. Fitz is still harboring a grudge. I guess she didn't know Achenbach worked here when she got her posting. Unfortunately for her, her posting is for 18 months. Okay, so Fitz and Achenbach have history. She has some motive to want revenge on him. All right. I think these are our people. And I think with handwriting, we're continuing here to November 24th. I'm fond of Mount Morty SRS. For 15 years, it's been like a second home. Okay, more confirmation this is Gary, because he's been working there since 2007. This is definitely Gary. Heck, drop the like. It has been. It's been like a second home. Heck, drop the like. It has been. But there's no avoiding the fact it needs investment. That's no shame. It was built over 50 years ago. But Dr. Achenbach refuses to make any upgrades unless he absolutely has to. I mean, all of our equipment went down during the magnetic storm. They make radios and other equipment that's immune to that stuff, but Achenbach won't put a penny into it. Okay, storm is over by the 24th, so it lasted a week. When he does make investments, it's to all the things that don't need it, only on the really frivolous stuff. New fingerprint scanner locks on all the berth doors that work even when the power is out. And brand new equipment for the gym. I mean, those things are nice, but neither are essential. Meanwhile, all the vital equipment is becoming increasingly ramshackle. Get your priorities right. This place could be truly great, but not with Achenbach at the helm. This place would be so much better without him. With him around, it's only a matter of time before he runs it into the ground. When, not if. Heck, if he's not careful, the government might just write the whole thing off. So interesting comment here about the fingerprint scanners. He's saying they've got new fingerprint scanners that still work even when the power goes out. Because there seems to be a real deliberate effort here to shut the power off or mess with the power, I wonder if we're hearing that maybe someone didn't know that the new fingerprint scanners would keep working. Like maybe someone hoped that if they shut off the power, they'd be able to get into anyone's room. All right, let's see. Does our diary continue here? Is this the same handwriting? No. This might be all we have from this person. Except if this is, I think that's a different handwriting. Okay, so I think that this is all Gary's diary we've located. So we'll put a little paperclip on it and see if we can figure out the rest of them. These look like the same handwriting. Okay, so it feels like we've got only 2 more people's diaries. This one starts 20 November and goes to December 2nd. Let's save that one for last. How about this one? 16, 24, 20. Actually, we might have 3. Okay, so here's the next one we have. So it seems something storm has hit the station. A freak. Seems a freak storm has hit the station and we're snowed in until it goes away. Dr. Fitz gave us these diaries to keep our spirits up. Seems like a fun idea, even if there really isn't that much I can comment on. Today's food, today's something, was chili con carne. Is that of any interest? Today's what? Today's main. Maybe this is Russell, the chef. Well, actually, Dr. Achenbach started raving at me about the food supply. This sounds like the chef. I've tried to tell him we have enough food either stored in the deep freezer or long life food in tins or vacuum packs to last us another 6 months. While it might not be the most exciting diet, we are well stocked with enough of all the food groups. We won't have to worry about malnutrition or any other potential health hazards. Given that this is the first day of the storm, we are nowhere near the point of having to go out and hunt for food. But it seems he's already floated the idea of taking pot shots from his office window. He has a few firearms in his office. I think it's mostly for bears and wolves and other such vicious creatures. Some creatures do come by the station. Well, not the bears. They're currently hibernating. Okay, this is our cook, Russell. And he also gave us another clue, right? He gave us a clue in terms of who's staying where, that Achenbach has a window, if that's relevant to us. And guns in his room. Okay, that was November 16th. Where's our timeline? Storm starts November 16th. We had already figured that out. It lasts for about 1 week, because we know it's over by the 24th, I think. Okay, let's continue. On the 19th, Russell writes, I never expected there to be such a class system in a building with a population of less than 10. I'd love to talk to Achenbach more, but he's too good for us non-scientists. We're just contractors. He'll only ever talk to me if he's worried about the food supply. Any other time, he'll just say he's busy and make excuses. So we're also getting handwriting. That's the other thing we're getting in addition to the content of these diaries. Okay, look, also, it looks like that our guy here, the cook, has a leaky pen. It's dripping here. It's dripping here. All right, let's see what he's written on the 25th. Today, something happened I just had to write about. Achenbach came into the kitchen with the corpse of a marten he had just shot, like a little weasel, that had the bad luck of being trapped in the garage. He seemed to expect me to cook it. But what am I supposed to do with the marten? It's a tiny little thing. There's barely enough meat on one of those things to feed one person, let alone 9. He seems he just fancied some fresh meat of any kind rather than the beef from the deep freezer. Such callousness. I showed it to John. To put it mildly, John didn't take too kindly to what Achenbach had done. According to John, what Achenbach had killed was a red-striped marten, and they are currently an endangered species. So Achenbach's done it again. John was pretty upset about it. We complained to Achenbach. I had the recording app on my phone going. So if we needed to report him to the ethics committee, we'd have evidence. Of course, Achenbach will make time for John. John's a proper scientist and not just a contractor. But Achenbach kept saying that as facility head, he had to look out for his staff and make sure we had ample food so we wouldn't starve. He said that he didn't know it was an endangered marten. So basically, nothing that'd stick. Nothing that he couldn't excuse with desperate times, desperate measures. He's a crafty one. He's not going to slip up on this. Either way, I'm not cooking the marten. Okay, so I think that's it for Russell's stuff. Boy, so nothing jumps out as being all that relevant for our case, but we are learning more about the people and getting samples of their handwriting and their background. Okay, let's see who's next. All right. Who's this? Why is everybody here so crap at pool? The SRS went to the effort of putting a pool table in the command communal room, yet none of the scientists go to the effort of learning how to play. Well, they all think they can play. Then I play them, and they've barely potted a ball or two before I pot the black. Russell the cook's pretty good at ping pong, but it's not really my game. Once the storm is over and we're allowed to make trips to Whitehorse again, I'm heading straight to the Duke's on Front Street by the river. Hopefully some of the police officers are there. They always put up a good game. What am I saying? Hopefully they're always there having a beer. Okay, so you noticed surely what I noticed here. Just going to put he's good at pool, whoever this is. Okay, but I think we got the last part of the password we wanted. The bar on Front Street. This is Duke's on Front Street by the river. This should be a 5-letter word. Dukes. Okay, so we have the 3 parts of our password. So we now should be able to access the online stuff. Oh, we're not going to do that yet. Okay, 28 Monday. Storm is over by now. I'm 29. I'm so glad I have Mick here. It's good to have someone on the level. All right, who is this person talking who's good at pool? Is it Harriet talking about Michelle, i.e. Mick? It's good to have someone on the level. All the scientists running around here are a weird bunch, and the whole class system has developed between them and us for no reason. Case in point today, I bumped into Phoebe by the coffee machine, the one doing something weird with lichens or something. I mean, right there, she's interested in lichen for starters. What kind of weirdo is interested in that? Something cool like redwood trees or cordyceps fungi, I get. But the scary stuff on rocks, scaly stuff on rocks, you want to dedicate your life to the study of that? Why? Anyway, she was there. I said, "Hello, you all right?" You know, the usual pleasantries, but she just held up a hand as if to say, "Shut up, don't talk to me." What a jerk. Apparently, if you don't have a doctorate in this place, you don't deserve the time of day. Okay. Still not sure exactly who this is, but these are all have doctorates. It's not them. Not Gary. We found his diary. It's certainly not this guy. So these are all doctors. Okay, so this is one of our people here referring to Mick, which is going to be Michelle Besson, and Russell is the cook. So this must be Harriet Hiller, the pool player and helicopter pilot. I'm going to put Harriet with a question mark. Let's see if we can confirm it now. Dr. Fitz has said that Mick's going to be all right. So this is the 30th. He must have gotten injured already. Thanks. Oh, thank God. He's recuperating for the time being. For now, all we can do is hope he comes to. That Achenbach will have hell to pay if he doesn't. I mean, what an absolute jerk that Achenbach is. He's supposed to be in charge here, but all he thinks that means is giving people orders. He doesn't take any of the responsibility for things he should be doing. He thinks he can just boss me and Mick around because we're the grunts, the grease monkeys. We're not the proper scientists who deserve all the respect. Like, for instance, having the fuel store located as far away from the main building. He says it's for fire safety reasons due to the fuel's high combustibility. He's just too cheap to build a simple passageway. I mean, he's left this place fall to ruin. Heck, there are still a lot of things he's ordering Mick to fix. The elevator is still out of order. The temperature control in Lab 3 is still on the fritz. to name a few. Achenbach better not expect me to do those jobs because there's no way in hell I will. It's not my job, and I don't see why I should go out of my way for him. Maybe now he sees why Mick was so important. He might start treating him and the rest of us grunts with more dignity. Until Mick gets better, I have the journal. Dr. Fitz gave it to me. She said it might help to keep spirits up. Seems a waste of time at first, but now Mick's comatose. Maybe I might need it more than I thought. December 1st, 2 days before the murder. It turns out Phoebe is okay, actually. She blamed me because she'd just done a reading and wanted to keep the figures in her head. That's the person who said, "Don't talk to me." She doesn't always write them down immediately since she can remember them for about half an hour as long as she stays focused. That's why she avoided talking to me. She was afraid she'd forget. It seems risky to me. What if she misremembers the logs? What if she misremembers or logs something incorrectly? That feels like what that could play a role here. She got distracted. She wrote down the wrong number. Let's keep that in mind when we look at numbers. He says, but hey, it's her experiment. If she wants to risk making errors, that's her bag. Anyway, she took the time to sit with me over supper this evening, which was kind of cute. But I wish she hadn't bothered. She insisted on showing me how her special blue solution disappears at a linear rate. The blue solution disappears at a linear rate. That seems like it's going to be relevant. Making me measure it every so often, and sure enough, it did. I tried my best to act amazed, but in reality, I'd rather watch a sloth run a marathon. In other news, I had a dream last night that I nailed everyone in the base. That I rallied everyone in the base and staged a mutiny against Achenbach. Or Akensack. We stuck him out in the cold and let him see how he liked it. Definitely felt good. Maybe the winter's getting to me. If I make it through the winter, I'm going to look for a new posting somewhere closer to ground level. See if there's any good jobs going in Hawaii. All right. Then we have one more person's diary. Starting 28 November. I think the storm is beginning to get some of the other members of the station. Is the storm still going on? I thought the storm was over. I think the storm is beginning to get to some of the other. Maybe it's not over by the 28th. True, being cooped up here is affecting my ability to get to the lichen samples outside. Okay, so here's our biologist, Phoebe. Okay, but well, how the outside samples weather the storm is scientific data that will always be of some use. But I won't let the storm get to me. I must focus on the lichens. As long as I have my work, I shan't go insane. And I don't mind keeping to myself if I have to. Not that I'm a loner by nature, but as I said, some people here are getting antsy, and others are getting touchy? No. What is that word? Others are getting... Maybe it does say touchy. It's like tetchy. Okay, here's our biologist drawing her biology. I noticed something today. I spilled some of the solution on my notes again. But I noticed today that when it dries, it loses its blueness over time. Fascinating. The blue disappearance from the outside first, working its way to the center like clockwork until all of the blue is gone. It must be the way the pulp absorbs the chemicals, I guess, or how the chemicals dry out. I'm cooped up indoors and need something to do, so I decided to see what the rate of absorption was. That's the stain there. Blueness is all gone now, of course, but at 2 centimeters in diameter, it took an hour for the blue to all go. So she's saying she dropped some blue on here. It's gone now. This is a 2 centimeter diameter or 1 centimeter radius. So it looks like it's an hour, it's a linear rate, meaning it's consistent from start to end. So 1 centimeter shrinkage in radius per hour. Diameter is not the figure we care about. It's the radius, everything sinking in. So blue solution, 1 centimeter per hour. One centimeter radius per hour. Is that, well, okay, stop. Let me phrase that differently. You could ask what's the rate? This entire circle, which is a 2 centimeter radius circle, dried up in 1 hour. But we don't know exactly what the mechanism is. If it's absorbing into the edges, then it seems like it would be the radius that would matter. And she does say it goes from the outside in, right? Okay, so I think this is relevant. But you could also imagine if it was disappearing from the entire thing at the same rate from every area of the circle, then you would be looking at an area at pi r squared and saying that an area of 1 pi times 1 centimeter area per hour. But I think the fact that it's drying out from the outside in, outside working its way, then you're saying no matter where on the radius, it's a linear rate. So it goes at this radius of 1 centimeter per hour. So if it was out to here, it would take 2 hours. If it was a radius out to here, 3 hours, 4 hours. I think that's right. So it is based on radius. Okay. We'll revisit that. Okay. Of course, I couldn't let one result determine the conclusion of a true scientific experiment, so I took the liberty of testing out various diameters at differing temperatures. Let me be the first to drop an exclusive on this. The correlation was linear. If you double the size of the diameter, you double the amount of time it takes for all of the blue to disappear, regardless of the air temperature. Fine. Okay, so 1 centimeter radius takes 1 hour, 2 centimeter radius takes 2 hours, or you could look at diameter since it changes the same way. 2 centimeters, 1 hour, 4 centimeters. Two hours, okay. Temperature doesn't affect it. Mind-blowing stuff. Thinking about it, maybe I've been stuck in here for too long. Apparently, the generators aren't working properly. The shell, or Mick, as Harriet calls him, I think there's something going on between those two. But that's by the by. Went out to get more fuel, but fainted on the walk back or something. That's what we've already heard. Okay. You can tell we're not on full power. The lighting is dimmer. The rooms are all colder. The showers, especially, aren't as warm as they were before. But then when you're 3/4 or whatever up a mountain thousands of meters tall, maybe one should be lucky that they're even lukewarm to begin with. Thankfully, the CAE seems to be fully operational as my experiments can continue. So my experiments can continue. As long as I can focus on my work, I shall make it through the winter. This woman seems a little fragile. Today has been a bad day, December 1st. Dr. Achenbach came to tell me he's cutting the power to the CAE. Just like that. No sorrow, no remorse in his voice. Apparently, it's too much of a drain on the fuel we have left. What? Okay, heating and lighting are important, but so is my experiment. My CAE must stay fully operational. It's the control in this experiment. If it's undermined, the integrity of the experiment is ruined. This is a scientific research station. What's the point in it even running if nobody inside is doing any, scientific research? Heck, without power to the CAE, I won't even be able to open its automated doors. Locked out forever from my life's work. He just let a 5-year experiment go down the drain like that. There must be a way to resolve this. We can't have all that careful study go to waste. I'll make him reverse his decision. That's December 1st, 2 days before the murder. December 2nd, success. I worked out a way to keep the CAE powered at all times. I found the control box in the generator room. It took a bit of work to figure everything out, but I got it sorted. I found the controls for the reserve power circuits. Normally, only lights and heating would remain on in reserve mode, but I added the CAE to that system. Now, the only thing that'll stop the CAE is a total power failure. And what's the likelihood of that happening? I doubt Achenbach will ever know what I've done. A drain on the system, he said. He won't even notice. I can go on with my studies, and everything's peachy. And then some scribbles here. And more stain. Okay, I mean, we know who these people are. We know we've identified all the diaries. No breakthrough information in the diary yet, though. When is our breakthrough going to come? All right, what about these photos? Let's see. Okay, Jane and Jared on their wedding day. Okay, who was the father of Jared? Maybe we should have written this down. We're told one of them in their diaries was not happy about Jared. Does anyone remember? Jared was the son-in-law. I remember that. I just don't remember who was. I think it might have been Gary giving communications to people. Here he is complaining about investments. I think it was Russell. I might have to cancel all the plans to prank with Russell with Yeti. He got a message from a guy called Jared. Okay, so if we're keeping track of relationships, Jared is Russell's son-in-law. Don't know why that's relevant to us. Jane and Jared on their wedding day. So this is going to be a photo in Russell's possession. Oh, so look at what we've got. We've got a picture of Russell. Okay. So we got a picture of Russell. If that's relevant to us. Okay. What's next in our photos? We've got an unlabeled photo. Okay. Do we know who this is? Got a necklace here. Not much else, though, to go on. All right, let's put this one aside. My first day at the SRS, it says. First day at the SRS. Okay. Okay, this looks like this person. This is going to be Mick, right? The mechanic. Because it's not one of the others. It's got to be one of our people without photographs. We've got Harriet. Harriet and Russell we already got a picture of. So this is going to be Michelle Besson. Okay. Who is this? Me and Comet. Me and what? He's named his, I think he's named his bike. This looks like possibly Martin. Is this Martin? Or is this gut tells me it's Martin. But let's see. What does this word say? I think it's the name of his bike. Le Comet. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. This is going to be John Klein, the zoologist. Boy, there's a lot of stuff in this game that feels like it's just for atmosphere. Unusual for Cryptic Killers. I mean, there has been quite a bit in recent Cryptic Killers, but even more so than normal. This just feels like we're getting a lot of documents that can't possibly be of real use to us. That's going to be John Klein. Me, Damon, and the Rockies. Okay, so here we have Phoebe. Phoebe with Damon. Okay. R.I.P. Coco, November 2011. This is Arlene and her dog Coco. Okay, I don't see any clues here. Coco died in 2011. Who are these two? Is this going to be Harriet? The helicopter pilot? Or is this going to be Gary? It's Gary. Here's Gary, our communications operator. And then here, Kahlua Beach 2021 is Achenbach. All right, so we have a photo of everyone. That does mean that this is going to be for sure Martin. So we've got photographs of everyone except we don't have a photograph of Harriet. Unless this is Harriet, the helicopter pilot? Seems unlikely, but maybe. Because we have photos of everyone. Here are our 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we've got 6 scientists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's our 6 scientists. And then we've got 3 contractors. We've got Michael Besson with Jared, his son-in-law, that he doesn't like. And then we've got Russell. I believe this is Russell, the cook. But we have no photo of Harriet unless we've misplaced it. Harriet has a bit of a thing for Michelle Besson. So this is not Harriet. I think that means Harriet's got to be older. Not sure why we don't have a photo of her unless it's somewhere that has been misplaced, and we'll come across it. All right, I don't see how those photos help us. Kind of strange. Kind of strange. All right. Still got the website stuff. Let's see. How about this magazine article? On the back of it, we've got study for a biomedical PhD at McMurray University. Our division within the School of Biological Sciences offers PhD degrees in microbiology and molecular and cellular medicine. Join us at one of our open days in June for a hands-on experience of life at McMurray University. Get in touch via our website or social. Where's my list of possible websites? This is the second time we've mentioned a website. It's from 2018. World of Science Monthly, $1 per week. Where will it take you? With unlimited access to our online and print content, you'll learn more with our expert coverage. Begin your journey of discovery with World of Science Monthly. Full terms and conditions, please contact our subscription team via our website. I don't think these are websites for us to visit. I'm just writing them down so I don't forget them. Okay, so here is this article in World of Science Monthly where we can learn a little bit more about Nelson Achenbach. Looks a little smug. Dr. Nelson Achenbach is fast becoming one of the biggest names in scientific research. Despite some setbacks along the way, his career seems to be perpetually on the up and up. In 1994, Achenbach earned his PhD in cryospheric research at the University of Vancouver and spent the next couple of years at research stations across the country. His studies on permafrost have taken him across Alaska, northern Canada, and Siberia, all resulting in highly regarded papers that have made him one of the most trusted experts on the subject. He was recently made a Fellow of the esteemed National Science Institute of Canada. Now he's due to take charge at one of the NSIC's premier research stations, the Mount Mortimer facility, which is high up the eponymous mountain in Yukon near the Alaskan border. Before he travels up north and up a mountain, he sat down for a quick interview. How did you get the job? Well, some people say, same way most people get most jobs, I'd say. Gained enough experience and applied. Certainly you have enough experience, having devoted your professional career to studying these climates. What fascinates you about the cold? I'm fascinated by how life thrives in harsh climates. The resilience of these ecosystems inspires me. Can't be all that fun, though, surely, having to spend all that time in temperatures well below zero. Oh, you get used to it after a while, and certainly you don't go into a field of research like this without liking it just a bit. Are you more comfortable in the cold than most temperature conditions? Don't be stupid now. I am a human being. We're not built for extreme temperatures. I do like to go indoors and have a warm cup of coffee at the end of the day. Are you looking forward to taking control at Mount Mortimer? Oh, yes, indeed. But, well, let's get one thing straight first. Mount Mortimer will undoubtedly be a challenge. I've worked there several times. Certainly in the summer months, it's a lovely place to be, but in the dead of an 18-hour night in the middle of a blizzard, well, it feels a long, long way from the rest of the world. But you don't work your entire life in these conditions without growing a certain affinity for the cold. For all that it might seem inhospitable, Mount Mortimer Station's a very interesting place to be. Such a diverse range of research goes on there. Despite all our different walks of life, we're all united by our love for science, for finding out all we can about our planet, this island Earth we call home. How did you stay sane when you're cooped up? How do you stay sane when you're cooped up there on top of the mountain? I find that staying busy with my work helps a great deal. That and a good book. And how do you respond to the accusations that you intentionally harm wildlife to pass the time? So this is what the interview is about, is it? I've said it before and I'll say it again. The accusations are utter hogwash. Can I say I have never hurt or killed a wild creature? No. But the parts of the world where we work are often highly remote and very harsh, and sometimes you've got to take drastic measures to survive. I've only ever harmed an animal when I absolutely had to survive. All these accusations about me being some cruel bully come from one source, Dr. Jane Vogel. Actually, scratch that. She's just plain Jane Vogel now. Okay, he's gotten some other woman doctor fired. Just got her PhD removed. Kind of weird. Yes, well, you can understand why I've asked this. Jane was a reputable woman with a very promising career ahead of her. When that came to a very abrupt end following last year's trial, some people were, and still are, quite angry about it. Yes, well, I'd like to point out it was her who was found guilty of harming the endangered bats. Lawyers for the prosecution successfully argued that the wings had been clipped to keep the bats close to the research station so they could continue to be studied. And guess what her job was? To research the mating patterns of the Arctic bats. Pretty convenient, isn't it? Not even her esteemed lawyer husband could get her out of that one. I don't know why anyone would believe her when she said that I personally damaged the bat's wings. Why would I? A part of me can't wait to get up to the mountains for a rest from all this nonsense. So you'll be spending a fair amount of time up there then? Absolutely. So this was way back in 2018, 4 years ago. He's wronged this person. A little bit of a tie-in to him harming that Martin, but I can't imagine that would really hurt him. But this person would have a reason to want to get revenge on him, but this person is not up here with us. I thought for a minute, is this someone who's changed their name? Like, could this person, Jane Vogel, be Arlene Fitz? But I don't see how. Wouldn't he freak out the moment he saw her? Although she has just joined this year. Has Arlene Fitz showed up, not realizing this guy was here, and he has recognized that this is Jane Vogel? Is that what's going on? Has he gotten Jane Vogel locked up on maybe a false charge in 2018? He's been working, then he went away to Alaska to work here. Then this year, Jane Vogel has changed her name to get back into medicine and showed up? Surely not. Let me see what she used to do. She researched the mating pattern of Arctic bats. That doesn't seem like a physician. But look, he originally called her Dr. Jane Vogel. Now she's just Jane Vogel. Her husband is a lawyer. Where's Arlene Fitz? Photo. Here's our Elaine Fitz. Any clue that she could be Jane Vogel? Not from here. No, that's interesting, though. We'll have to read more about... We don't have Achenbach's diary. Do we have Fitz's diary? No. But we do have information about Arlene Fitz in case we get information about Vogel. I'm looking for little clues, like little... letter or something. I don't see it, though. Okay, let's keep going. I'm intrigued by that possibility, though. Okay, moving on. Let's see if we can't pursue this idea and find information on Fitz. We can't get information on Fitz because she's doing medical reports on everyone else. How about... Here's a report on 2022. Maybe this is going to be about Fitz getting a job here. The staff of the Scientific Research Station at Mount Mortimer have been saying goodbye to the team of students who journeyed from all across Canada and beyond to join them for the summer months. Mount Mortimer in Yukon, just east of the border with Alaska, is the highest level NSIC facility above sea level, and as such allows for a unique insight into the mountain world. A key priority at Mount Mortimer currently is analyzing the effects climate change is having on our natural world. Larry Winkelhofer, currently doing his PhD studies in Arctic biology at the University of Saskatoon, joined the team as part of his studies, in particular researching how climate change has affected the seasonal behavior of the great northern caribou. These seasonal behaviors are all part of how the great northern caribou have evolved to help them adapt to the changing of the seasons. But the warmer summers and colder winters are interfering with their body clocks and messing up their seasonal behaviors. From our studies, it appears it can affect their mating season, which could lead to issues with the population numbers. It's concerning that the species is facing endangerment and, if nothing is done, possibly even extinction. But it's been great to work at Mount Mortimer, and I hope to do so again at some point. The St. Elias Mountains are so beautiful. While the staff here have been great to work with, I think it's the unspoiled beauty that'll be calling me back after I leave. While we were here, a group of us rigged up some webcams on a weather pole so we can enjoy the views back at home. Thankfully, Dr. Achenbach loved the idea so much he put feeds up on the station's website. Even let us link the cameras to the exterior lighting rig so they can be powered 24/7, although the feed is a bit intermittent. So on our websites, let's not forget to look for those cameras. Could Vogel be the daughter of Russell? Didn't it sound like her husband was a lawyer? Oh, her husband was named Jane. Oh, yes, I think you might be right here. So that sounds right to me. So this is Russell, and he's got a daughter, Jane and Jared. And he absolutely says that Jared is a lawyer. Jane, husband Jared, who's a lawyer. And here we are in our newspaper being told that Jane Vogel, scratch that, Jane Vogel, she's just plain Jane Vogel now. And it would make sense that she changed her name. Well, maybe this guy's name still is Vogel. And that's what she changed it to, because her maiden name would be Sam. Not even her esteemed lawyer husband. Is he really an esteemed lawyer? And this would have been 4 years ago. But we don't know how old this photo is. For all we know, this was taken in like 2010. So maybe they got famous by then. Who knows how long she was married, right? She was already married by 2018. So this was at least 2018, maybe 2000 and earlier. So let's read more about. Now, of course, looking at Russell's diary, he doesn't mention anything like here. But if you look at the comments about this, let's reread the part where he talks about Russell's daughter. He says, Russell's daughter isn't coping well with her depression. Jared said he doesn't have time or energy to care for her anymore. He said he's working on a big case that has to take priority. Russell seems pretty upset about it. When I passed the message on, he almost punched a hole in the door while grumbling something to the effect of, I knew I shouldn't have given that guy my blessing. Okay, and this is on November 20th. So November 20th, Russell finds out the daughter isn't coping. Is she going to commit suicide or something? Is that what's going to trigger all this? I think Jane Vogel, I think Jane, the daughter of Russell, is going to be Jane Vogel, who our guy has ruined the career of. I think that's really likely it. All right. Any signs that this guy's last name is Vogel? Well, we'll worry about that later. What about this article? Seemed pretty pointless, except for the camera feeds. Oh, are we going to catch someone here? Look at this. This could be good. What have we got? Yeah, this is going to be confirmation about Russell right here. This is a hint. We had already figured out this was Russell, but this is going to be another hint that it's Russell the cook back here. Okay, so there's the guy who ran the that's our guy who's dead. How long has Russell been up there, by the way? Doesn't say. But let's see. From left to right, top to bottom, Nelson Alkenbach, Ethan Carter, William, Noah, Jackson, Oliver Hayes, Mason, Caleb, Dylan, Dr. Blake, Owen Hughes, Russell Sands. That's going to be confirmation that we were right about that. Emily Carter, Isabel Montgomery, Natalie Fisher, Logan Bennett, Victoria Brooks, Warren McPherson, Sarah Henderson, Megan Wallach, and there's Phoebe. Okay, I think the only point of this is to give us confirmation that we were right about identifying Russell. Let's read the rest of this here. The class of 2022 posed for one last group photo alongside some of the other station staff before scattering to the four winds. The students will now return home, and soon more of the station staff will leave before the harsh winter sets in. By November, the station will have severely reduced staff. Astronomer Dr. Martin Phelps, a veteran of the skeleton crew, as they're called, said it's not as bad as it seems. It can get pretty hairy, but as long as the weather is calm, it's easy to keep your heads. Station got a new snowcat this year, which I'm sure we'll use for many excursions down to Whitehorse once we smash a bottle of champagne over the bow. I think it's going to turn out that the astronomer had to rush into town for a heart attack, a blood pressure problem, altitude sickness. That's my guess. That's why he left without telling everyone. But we'll find out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the country, the Newfoundland Atlantic Research Station has announced that as part of their ongoing studies into Atlantic whale populations, this year marked an increase in the North Atlantic right whale population for the first time in 20 years. Dr. Mel Herman, a marine biologist at Newfoundland Atlantic, told us, "It's encouraging, but the North Atlantic right whale is still a species under threat. And when it comes to their conservation, we're not going to rest on our laurels just because the data currently looks promising. However, this is a sign that our efforts to prevent the species decline are working, such as protecting breeding hotspots and raising awareness with shipping companies. But we've still got a lot to do. North Atlantic right whale numbers are still at historic lows, and besides, for all we know, this year might be an outlier." Data from Newfoundland Atlantic has shown that the level of microplastics in the ocean water has reached record highs. Marine hydrologist Dr. Walter Ackroyd said, "This is a serious problem, and it's sad to see it's only getting worse. However, this data will provide a wake-up call to those in charge, as this could have serious ramifications for all life on this planet." I mean, it should, but not everyone is very good at listening. Okay. Really not much there of interest, but we are going to get clearly some useful information on the webcams. But I think we've got a pretty strong idea, and I'm not going to be surprised if Jane doesn't. All right, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back playing Cryptic Killers' latest game, Murder on Mount Mortimer. I'm not sure how I feel about this case. It feels unusual. In most of these cases where I sort of feel we've got a better, more evidence, more clues by the time we're this deep in. We've been playing for 3 hours. This feels like we've basically just got tons of little elements that don't go together. And we have a very strong theory of who our murderer is and why, though we don't know how. But we could be wrong. We haven't gone to the website yet, although we know how to get in. We haven't seen the evidence. Maybe it's all gonna click into place. We've got all these weird things, this blue solution, decay rate, and weird details about tranquilizer gun and storage room pins were taken off. But we don't have any other details. But we have found something that feels like it's our would identify our killer and motive. I still think that's a weird pacing thing, but we can talk about it at the end. It does occur. This does actually remind me very much of another cold case game we've played quite a while ago. What game am I thinking about that this case reminds me of? Let's see who on the chat is going to say it. Adventures Arctic one. Yes, exactly right. Long time ago, we played a case from Adventure called Murder in Antarctica or Fatalia Antarctica, depending on what version of the case you buy, many years ago. It's the same basic theme. People cooped up in an Arctic research station and one gets killed. It also had a power outage situation thing, I believe. So it is interesting, the connections there. Okay, well, let's look at what we've got left. In terms of physical documents, here they are. Here's what we've got left in terms of physical documents before we go online. 3 medical reports, observation. Oh, here's another one. Station report. Experimental outline, experiment results, observation, monitoring. Okay, so let's make our way through here. We'll do the website stuff at the end. So we've got medical reports on Michel Besson, who I think is this gentleman here. Martin Phelps is our astronomer. I think it's going to turn out he had to leave the station on a snowcat. That looks very suspicious. It looks like he's running away after murdering someone, but I don't think that's what it's going to be. If I had to guess, I believe he's having a health problem. And Gary Dyer, who's our communications specialist, who's here. So let's look at our reports. My guess is we're going to find out this guy has a heart problem that he had to leave the station for. That's my guess. So we'll do him last. We do have date of birth, actually. I just realized that I believe this is Michel Besson. And this helps prove that, right? Look, 1990. And actually, Harriet is young. So I think maybe, I guess Harriet and Michelle had a thing. They're both young kids. Wow, she's the helicopter pilot. 30 years old. Is that really a 30-year-old woman there? These two look younger than 30 years old. Okay, but I think that's them. Okay, let's read what Michel Besson is all about. To expedite your patient file, please provide further elaboration of clinical condition, diagnosis, other relevant clinical information, current status, including results of investigations, medications, treatment, prognosis, whether or not the condition. Okay. Michel Besson has fallen ill with hypothermia contracted from prolonged exposure to the extremely cold temperatures outside. At 2100 today, we have a date on this. This is initials MNB. Who's MNB? Michel Besson. Okay, it's just his initials. At 2100 today, the facility's main power generator failed. Although the backup generator is still working, it's not as powerful as the main one. As such, the heating system isn't at full strength. While it's not cold enough in here to be too harmful to our health, in the short term at least, it certainly isn't warm enough to be comfortable. Dr. Achenbach has instructed Besson to go to the fuel store to stock up on fuel for the main generator. He refused. Besson stated that the backup generator was fully fueled and it was too dangerous outside. Indeed, I tried to point out to Achenbach that the dip in temperatures during the night was too risky and to let Besson wait until morning. However, Achenbach was adamant that the main generator needed fuel, so he ordered him to go and to get some from the store. Although he was protected from the elements with thermal clothing, it seems the blizzard was too much for Besson and he collapsed. After quite some time, Hiller had become concerned about Besson's whereabouts, so she went to look for him outside. That's Harriet Hiller. After finding him face down in the snow, she dragged Besson back to the facility and took him straight to the infirmary. It seems the hypothermia has sent Besson into a comatose state. All his vitals are sound, and I believe the resources we have will be enough to get Besson back to full health. So there's no need to risk a dangerous and potentially life-threatening emergency evacuation to get into the hospital at Whitehorse. Currently, I have administered a series of intravenous warmed fluids, and his condition is stabilized, but I shall continue to monitor his condition carefully. If he's still unconscious when the storm abates, maybe it would be wise to have Harriet fly him down to the medical center at Whitehorse. That being said, considering the power issues we're having, monitoring his condition may be easier than done at the present moment. The Siemens 2HR2140 I've hooked him up to will do fine for as long as the power holds, since it's just plugged in at the mains. It'll be next to useless if the SRS goes to reserve power mode. This wouldn't be a problem if we had one of the ZHR 3000 units, as they do at the medical center, which have a battery that kicks in to keep it going if it loses mains power. Alas, all my attempts at getting Achenbach to upgrade have proved futile, but I digress. If Besson does regain consciousness before the storm abates, I would like to be there when he awakens. I have no idea how much emotional turmoil he's experienced, but I expect probably quite a lot, and since I have good authority to believe that Hiller is furious with Achenbach, I assume Besson will be the same. Tensions were already high with the blizzard, and the SRS on diminished power will only heighten them. The last thing we need is anyone flying into a rage. Okay, this is November 30, and this is Arlene Fitz writing this. November 30, he's had his accident by then. Okay. All right, here is about Gary. Remember, both Gary and Mick had these problems. Gary is the one they flew out by emergency helicopter on the date of the murder. Earlier today, Gary Dyer was brought to me in the infirmary after he was knocked unconscious during a fight with Martin Phelps. There didn't appear to be any serious lacerations, but he wasn't waking up, and we're not equipped up here to do any neurological tests. I'm worried about any potential coup or contre coup injuries he might have sustained when he fell to the floor. Any potential coup or contra coup injuries. Can someone tell me what those are? It's not relevant for our case, but I've not heard this term before. I'm worried about any potential coup or contra coup injuries. Is it something about the brain, like inside or outside? I'd love to hear potential coup or contra coup injuries. That's not an American term, I don't think, medical term, but I'm curious. Place to go for such tests is the medical center at Whitehorse. The storm that's kept us imprisoned in the station seemed to have died down. Whether or not it'll pick up again, I don't know. But I decided to use the window of opportunity to get Dyer down to Whitehorse. There are still winds and snow, nothing too fierce. I asked Harriet Hiller if she was comfortable flying in those conditions, and she said she was. With Dr. Achenbach's approval, Hiller flew Dyer down. This is on the date of the murder. As I said, although the winds have died down, they're still blowing. Because of this, I wanted to come along for the trip to watch over Dyer and make sure he didn't sustain any further injuries during the journey. However, Achenbach was wary of having me away from the station for so long, so somebody else had to go in my place. It wouldn't have been that long, but I suppose I understand his point. At some point, it'd be good to get Besson into the hospital for tests as well, but I think our equipment has served him well. He's recuperating slowly but surely, and I don't think his condition is urgent. As long as the infirmary remains warm enough, he should be all right. Plus, there wouldn't be enough room in the helicopter to take 2 patients in need. Who was the person that flew down with Gary? Harriet Wise. Glad Mick is here. It's good to have someone on the level. I'm curious now if it was Russell or someone else. It was Phoebe, wasn't it? Because Phoebe had to get back. Maybe it wasn't Phoebe. Who went into the helicopter with Gary and Harriet, the pilot? Can someone remind me? It's not Fitz. Fitz wants to go, but she's denied. Was it Russell the cook, who we think is now going to end up being the murderer? No one is answering in the chat. I guess it's just up to me. All right, let me try to find it. Mick's going to be all right. I know we were told about it. I know we were told that the person says, why did I have to go? I think she just wanted someone so that Harriet could fly the plane while someone else was watching to make sure Gary was okay. Are we likely to find it on a December 2nd entry? No, you can't answer. You haven't played along with us. You played it separately, so don't answer. Don't answer. Gary's the one who passes out, so it's not going to be him talking about it. I think it was John Klein. Okay, well, okay. We don't have anything from John Klein, but you think someone else talks about it? Who would be talking about it if it's not in our notes? I mean, it doesn't happen until the 3rd, so it has to be someone writing about it. It has to be someone writing about it after the 3rd, so not in the diary. Jonathan says, I think it was in the original statements given about where they were at the time of the murders. That makes a lot more sense. Not in the diary, because it happened on the 2nd. It's afterwards. Okay. We may want to reread these. I was in the helicopter at the time with Gary. Okay, that's fine. So I wanted to make sure that that wasn't Russell that was giving us his fake alibi. Let's read Russell. Russell is our new prime suspect. So let's reread what it says about Russell. This is our suspect. At the time we went into reserve mode, I was in the kitchen clearing things up after dinner. I don't normally leave things that late. All the commotion, I've fallen behind. I don't like leaving it until morning. The dishwasher isn't on the reserve circuit, so I had to do everything by hand. I had my music playing on my phone. I often do it when I'm cleaning up. I remember hearing a thump sound a couple of minutes later. To be honest, it didn't strike me as anything out of the ordinary at the time. You hear thumps all the time. Large clumps of snow fall off the roof. A short while after that, I thought I heard the snowcat driving away. Didn't strike me as anything inherently suspicious. I didn't see who entered the garage via the corridor. I must have had my back turned to the window at the time. Soon after, I heard Dr. Fitz screaming. Let me suggest something. I've got an explanation for you. So we've got this mystery, right? Let's say it was Russell, or it could be anyone. Now, we've got this weird circumstances. Stabbed in the right side of the neck 3 times, and tranquilized in the same area. Very odd circumstances. So let me propose a theory to you. Someone has set up a way to get this guy killed while they're somewhere else with an alibi. And the way they've done it is they've tranquilized him with the tranquilizing gun, laid him out below icicles that they can see are going to fall straight down. Lay the body out, knock him out, and wait. Know that the melting ice is going to cause the icicles to fall on his neck and kill him. That's my theory. It's pretty cartoonish, convoluted, but it would give us an explanation for why go to the trouble to tranquilize and go to this bizarre thing of using icicles to kill him. Like, that's a bizarre murder weapon. Why not kill him with a knife or whatever? And the reason is because they weren't holding the icicles and stabbing him. They put him under the dripping icicles. We saw the icicles hang down off the roof and everything. They've laid him out, caused the icicles to melt, give themselves an alibi. Bloop, bloop, bloop. They fall right into his neck, killing him. One hit him but didn't go all the way in. That's what consistent with the body. What do we think of that? Noah says, off topic, did you play through Neil Patrick Harrick's Box 2 yet? I have not played it yet. I loved Box 1. We'll be playing Box 2 on the channel pretty soon, I think. I've heard it's not nearly as good. But take that for what it's worth. What does everyone think about my theory? Anna says, 3 icicles fell on the same spot on his neck. Anna doesn't believe it. DJ Moneycut says he wasn't found under icicles. Yeah, because he woke up and ran inside. Dripping icicle is a long shot. Melted icicle as a weapon? No. Marco says, but he was found inside and we did not find blood trails from outside to inside. Well, that's a good point. It seemed like the blood was all inside. But maybe you bring him inside and you lay him in the inside with the icicles that can fall. I wonder if that's going to be the allusion to the blue liquid that disintegrates at a linear rate is going to tell us about ice melting at a linear rate. And that gives us a way to time when the ice fell. All right, no one likes my theory. We'll see, we'll see. All right, let's read this report on... That's Gary's report. Let's check out the report on Martin Phelps. On his latest physical assessment, I judge Martin Phelps to be perfectly fit, fine enough to stay at the station. Not that we have a whole lot of choice in the matter right now. However, his mental state seems to be a bit more precarious. Now, Phelps is a Mount Mortimer SRS veteran who's worked at the station through the long winter months for many years running. However, I think perhaps he's reaching the point where he needs to call time out. I believe Phelps may be slightly claustrophobic, not so much afraid of enclosed spaces, but not at ease with them in them for long periods of time. I've noticed he spends a lot of time in the dining hall, one of the biggest rooms in the facility. In previous years, Phelps has coped with the long periods shut inside by focusing on his work, distracting himself from these feelings of unease, essentially. However, with the storm making use of the telescope unviable, Martin has been unable to do this, not to mention that the storm has meant near universal howling winds and gray skies, which can get to a person and dampen their moods. We might take sunny days and blue skies for granted, but it all helps to lighten a person's mood. Also, in previous years, jaunts down to Whitehorse were common, but again, the blizzard has ruled this out. Our communal space is well stocked with books, films, music, and video games, but it seems nothing in our library takes his fancy. One thing I have found helpful in keeping spirits up and fighting cabin fever is the simple act of keeping a daily diary. It's good to keep tensions low, and sharing one's feelings with a diary is a good way of venting, instead of keeping these feelings bottled up until they explode. Last month, I offered a diary to everyone currently in the MMSRS, but I've only encouraged the act. I haven't made it a rigid enforcement. Thus, some of the staff have dismissed my offer, including Phelps, who sees it as a useless activity. I wish he would. I worry he's not taking the confinement to the station well, and he might lash out at some point. Okay. What have we got left? 4 more items. Okay, let's read the station report completed by the director. Things seem to be settling into business as usual at the station. As usual, the winter months are a lot quieter. In the summer, we have all the university students doing work placement programs, but now they've all returned home to their studies. The students were all on the upper 2 floors, so now we can seclude ourselves on the lower 2 floors and turn the heat off on floors 3 and 4. Saves us an unnecessarily large heating bill. Of course, It means it's freezing up there. But thankfully, no one goes up there because they have no need to. The few of us settling in for the long winter have all the space we need down here. Well, sure, it's a little cramped, but we're settling into our nice routine, so I doubt we'll have any major problems. Is that going to be why what happened is we thought he was hit with tranquilizer dart is here and ran in and didn't start bleeding till he was here. But is it going to turn out that the icicles were on the upper floor, which the heat is off, so they wouldn't melt so fast, and they fell and hit him here, and then he bled like this? He bled down this hall, right? Six is the tranquilizer dart gun, and this is his body. Gasoline. I wonder if that's because he's lying on some gasoline for a while. But I wonder if the icicles were dropped on him from the floor above here, and that's why there's no blood trail. They didn't fall on him here with a missing blood trail, but they fell on him here. I'm still on my theory, but okay, we'll see. But this seems relevant. They've turned off the heat on the upper floors, and they all live downstairs. Gary Dyer, our communications man, tells us that the two-way radio we use to stay in contact with Whitehorse has been experiencing interference. Martin Phelps, an astronomer stationed here, explained that the interference was due to the magnetic storm, which also caused increased auroral activity, i.e. the northern lights. He went on to say that this is the time of year when solar winds are at their strongest, and being that we are located in a part of the country where they are common to see, this is nothing unexpected and nothing to be concerned about. According to him, intensity will subside in a day or two. I think someone may have shot him with the dart from upstairs, but okay. All right, no one believes me, but we'll see. I could be wrong. Cause for concern from Dyer. A freak storm is due to hit the facility in a few minutes. This is on November 16th. It's due to a particularly ferocious one. It's due to be a particularly ferocious one that'll keep us confined to the facility. Going outside, even with our thermal clothes on, will be particularly dangerous. Attempting to get off the mountain would also be dangerous indeed. The wind is too fierce for the helicopter, and I dare say passing down the mountain will be too treacherous for the snowcats with such low visibility. Apparently, the weather bulletin was sent out by Whitehorse Ranger Station, but due to the interference from solar winds, we were unable to receive it. Really, it would have been sensible to have left the facility for the duration of the storm, but well, it seems we're stuck here. Thankfully, we have supplies to last us the winter, and we're all in good health. Let's hope it remains that way. Hopefully, with all our duties to attend to, we can stave off cabin fever. Continuing on, now November 26th, we're approaching the date of the murder. November 26th. Thankfully, the station seems to be holding together. This is our victim speaking. We've made it through 10 days of this storm. Hopefully, we'll be able to keep it together for as long as it takes. On an unrelated note, somebody spilt something down my brand new winter coat. I think it was tomato juice. Perhaps a protest from Dr. Klein about my killing of the endangered pine weasel or whatever it was. Tensions are high at the moment. Okay, so maybe he got this gasoline spill back on November 26th, and it's unrelated to our case. Either way, rather than stoking tensions with Klein, I'll just keep my coat in my office from now on, instead of in one of the boot rooms. That way, if I ever need to go outside, I'll just use the fire exit right next to my office. That should be convenient enough. Okay, this is important. So the gasoline got on the coat. He keeps the coat on his office, which is going to be upstairs. Is that right? head's office. Here's his office. And he's saying he can go downstairs if he ever needs to go out, which is here. Tranquilizer dart, body, tranquilizer gun. Okay. I'm glad I had those fingerprint scanner locks installed. This staff can't be trusted. I've made sure they still work even when the station is on reserve power mode, because I know some people here wouldn't miss an opportunity to try to get one over on me. Marco says, this isn't the gasoline, it's the red dry stain. Yes, okay, good catch. I think it was tomato juice, possibly a protest. Okay, so we saw here, okay, good catch. We saw here that this is the red tomato stain, but it doesn't explain the gasoline smell. Okay, good catch. But we know he takes it in his office and he goes down. Okay. Here we have the day of his murder. Oh, this is exciting. Okay, day of his murder. Let's see what we got. Well, it's been a tough week for us. On Wednesday, the main power generator failed due to a lack of fuel. It had been too dangerous to venture out to the fuel store due to the storm. Luckily, the backup generator is working, but because it isn't as powerful, the lights aren't as bright as they were, and the heaters aren't as hot. With these conditions, it's no surprise morale is at an all-time low. It had been diminishing over the past couple weeks. Now we're at the point where, morale-wise, we're running on fumes. Well, perhaps my decision to send the mechanic out to gather fuel was unwise, as he's still unconscious from hypothermia. Maybe the fuel situation wasn't as dire as I thought, and I overreacted. That being said, I feel my reasoning at the time was sound. There was a fierce blizzard raging, and if the backup had gone too, we'd all be frozen to death. The person to venture out to the fuel store would have to know the way like the back of their hand. And since the rest of the staff haven't any reason to go to the fuel store, I didn't want them to lose their way in the storm. Besson seemed like the right man for the job. Besides, I didn't expect Besson to surrender so easily to the elements. I thought he was made from sterner stuff. Well, anyway, no use complaining about it now. This is the mess we've found ourselves in. I've tried my best to keep morale up, but as I said, all the morale we have left is the dregs. One member of staff, Dr. Phelps, hasn't coped well with the imprisonment the storm has forced upon us. Tensions have been building between him and Dyer, our radio operator. It transpires that an email warning us of the storm had been sent to Dyer during the magnetic storm, but he had missed it. Phelps believes that ruined any chance of getting the team off the mountain before the storm hit. Well, today, said tensions have built so high they exploded. A fight broke out in the dining hall between the two, which resulted in Dyer falling to the floor unconscious. Dyer has been put under Dr. Fitz's care. For the safety of the rest of the facility staff, I've placed Phelps in the storage closet. In the absence of a proper break, it's the only place in the facility with a door you can lock using a padlock. I've never had any need for a jail before. Admittedly, the doors are a little flimsier than I'd like. It is a storage closet after all, but it'll have to do. In the interest of boosting morale, I told the staff I would personally go to fetch more fuel in the event of the backup generator dropping into reserve power. Morale seems to be so low, even this grand gesture seemed to accomplish nothing. All I got was indifference, not even one little thank you. The one silver lining to all this is the storm has died down. No idea if it'll hold, but Hiller said it's calm enough to the point where she can safely pilot the helicopter. Okay, so a bunch of things that seem useful. He's told everyone that he's going to go get the fuel when the power goes out. So everyone knows where to find him when power goes out if they wanted to ambush and kill him. More interesting, though, is the storage closet thing. We're told that Phelps was locked in the storage closet because he was going a little stir crazy. So I feel like we're learning that maybe that whole storage closet door taken off hinges, either Phelps has done that himself to escape, or else someone has done it to let him out. But it doesn't seem like that's relevant to our murder. At least possibly not at all relevant to our murder. Although, I suppose if the tranquilizer dart is in the storage room and Phelps is in there, then you have to, and you want to kill him with the tranquilizer dart, you have to break Phelps out. Or I suppose an alternate theory could be that a different person killed him versus tranquilized him. What if Phelps broke out, took the tranquilizer gun to make his getaway, runs into... So what if Phelps breaks out, tries to make a getaway, and crosses paths with Achenbach and shoots him with the tranquilizing dart while he's making his getaway, opens the thing to drive away in the snowcat, sees him, shoots him from here maybe, drops the gun, gets in the snowcat, drives away, and Achenbach falls down wherever. And then someone else comes across his body and decides it's time to kill him, take a murder of opportunity. Okay, 4 documents left. Let's look at our experiment outline and results. Photo taken by Detective Carpenter in the CAE. This is our biologist experiment. Let's see what we've got here. So look, here's our spilled blue, which has gone. It looks like, well, how would you measure this? This is a 2 centimeter radius that looks like it's shrunk 1 centimeter, or it's hard to exactly tell, but if it's shrunk 1 centimeter, that would take 1 hour. All right, it's clear it wants us to figure this out. So the photo was taken at 11:30 p.m. So this tells us that the blue drop was spilled. Maybe this is over 1 centimeter. I think this is our alibi for the biologist, right? Because it tells us that she must have spilled this during the time when the murder was. So there's the diameter, is now a little over 1 centimeter. And the diameter initially okay, so it was initially a 4 centimeter diameter, which would have shrunk to a 2 centimeter diameter in 1 hour. Sorry. Right, it's now shorter than 2 centimeters. Okay, So in other words, in 1 hour, it would be bigger. And so we could guess that well, I know what the answer is going to be. I'm getting a little bit lost, but we're going to find that she dropped this drop in there later than, well, it's going to be her alibi, but I don't know why I'm having trouble with this. Okay, let's see. So it started out, let's just write down the details. It started out 4 centimeters in diameter. And we know the rate of, or 2 centimeter radius. And now it's gone, now it's 1.5 diameter or 0.75 radius. So that would be over an hour ago. Ten 10:20. I think what it means is she was in her office past the time, past our 10:20 time of the murder. I don't know why I'm sort of getting stuck here on this. We can go find her diary and see if we can't calculate that properly. Okay, so she says at 2 centimeter in diameter, it took an hour for the blue to all go. At 2 centimeter in diameter, it took an hour for the blue to all go. And here we've got 4 centimeter in diameter. So we expect in an hour, the 4 would go to 2. And then it would take more than an hour. In an hour, the 4 would go to 2. But it's gone further than 2 by a certain amount, which means it would take more than an hour. So this has to be spelled sometime around 10 o'clock to 10:15. Marco says 10 o'clock. So the only question is that gives her an alibi at 10 o'clock. We think the murder is somewhere between 10 and 20, 10:20, but maybe we would get a tighter timeline sooner. Marco says 1.5 centimeters. If it's shrunk by 1.5 centimeters, then that's 1.5 hours. So it's gone from 4 to 1.5. Okay. And then she's measuring her lichens. What's her story? What's her alibi? Let me see what she says. I was in the CAE at the time of the murder, taking measurements of the lichens. Strange time to be working. All right. Well, this seems to be her alibi, but we feels like well, yeah. I mean, it's a good alibi. I'm sure it's sound. This puts her in her lab filling this drop at 10 o'clock or so. It feels like you'd have to we'd have to know that the murder happened closer to 10 o'clock. She could go down and back up if it was earlier. I'm just trying to think logically. Like, if you know that the murder happened within a half-hour time frame, then this can't be an alibi. Because whenever you drop it, you could run downstairs and do it and come back up. You've got a half-hour window. You're just in the same building. But if you knew that the alibi was, if the person died at 10 o'clock, were you really going to be spilling it so close to it? So, I mean, it just confirms her basic alibi that she was in her lab. On the other hand, this would be a good way to fake an alibi. All right, what about all this? Do we care about all this stuff? Probably not. That's a reasonable alibi for me, unless we want to chew on it later. All right. Here she is. Experiment 627EK is a long-running experiment set to study the effects of climate change and rising pollution levels on our environment, in particular studying the natural flora of Mount Mortimer. This study will focus on the rates of lichen growth, contrasting the naturally growing lichen on Mount Mortimer with control lichen that will be grown in a carefully controlled artificial environment, CAE, in a laboratory in Mount Mortimer Scientific Research Station. If I get the go-ahead, the experiment will run from June 19th to June 2024. So she's been doing this for years. This is her motive if it's going to be ruined. We've selected 3 species of lichen. We have ensured that we have freely growing specimens of the 3 species outside the station from which we have taken samples to grow the control lichen in the artificial environment. The size of the lichen growths will be measured regularly, and where appropriate, cuttings of the outside lichen will be taken to measure how much pollution has been absorbed, if any. This will be in contrast to the control lichen, which will be kept in the CAE, which, using filtration and purification technologies, will allow them to grow in an environment free of toxins. Like, is there ice growing in here that's free of toxins? In a separate part of the CAE, we'll be growing another set of these lichens, which we will be treating with a solution meant to simulate the effects of extreme pollution. This is to see what extent pollution affects lichen growth and whether the reality of air pollution in northern Canada matches our most extreme predictions. The pollution solution will be applied 5 times a day at intervals of 3 hours and 4 minutes starting at 10 a.m. Growth of all 3 lichen types will be measured on these occasions, after which these findings will be appropriately logged. To make it clear that the lichen has absorbed the solution, it will contain a blue dye. Monitoring systems will be put in place to maintain the integrity of the CAE throughout the experiment. Access to the CAE will be strictly monitored. Access will be granted only to a select few. The controlled environment will be accessed via an airlock to prevent any foreign contaminants from entering the CAE without wearing a full protective gear, an absolute rule for anyone entering. Okay, we may get logs that show us where she was when as well. And some of them are being polluted and some are pollutant free. Okay. Here is observations done on a patient at the day of the murder, the night of the murder, between 9:35 and 10:25. So somewhere the murder happened here at between 2200 and 2220. So let's see what's going on here. Heart rate. And then they've taken off their monitor. They've taken off their monitor between 10 p.m. and 10:20. And when they put it back on, it was beating very quickly. And they're warmed up when they reconnect it. Who is this? Who's patient 1052B? It's got to be Gary or the 2 people that were injured were Gary and Besson, right? Where is our medical report? (1052B), 1063B, and 1056B, and this is 1052B. So yeah, it's Besson. So Mick Besson takes himself off. Is off during the time of the murder. Is that because he's murdering him or because it's consistent with what he says? I was unconscious at the time. I'm still suffering from brain fog. I must have slept. I woke up in a hospital bed. I've only just learned there was an altercation. More worried about Gary than me. I didn't get priority. I feel like I can't remember when he was supposed to have woken up. But this is very, this is just power going off. This is just power going off. It's not that he's disconnected his heart monitor. It's just that the power went out. It's just that the power went out. So actually, this almost looks like it's implicating, but in reality, it's just the power went out. All right. And then we've got one more document. John says the brochure talked about resting blood heart rate. Yes, heart rate should be like 50s and 60s while you're asleep. So I think you've exactly nailed it, Jonathan. This does answer that question. It's actually significant. So look at what Jonathan was saying. Here's his heart rate, 40 to 50. He's asleep. Now, if he disconnected it and then reconnected it, then when he reconnected it, his heart rate would be up in the 100s here. But what's really happened is his power went out, and when it comes back on, it starts rising a little, but it's still in the sleeping range. Average resting heart rate is 60 to 100 when awake and asleep 40 to 50. So look, he's still asleep in here. When it comes back on, he's asleep and waking up. Okay, that's actually a very good catch, Jonathan. Jonathan is going to get MVP for today's stream, I think. Okay, so that's his alibi. He's good. All right, let's look at our fuel store. Then we'll take a break and move on to the online elements. Ensure the main generator is continuously topped off. Please record when taking cans from the store. Okay, so this is Mick Besson. It normally does this job of getting cans. And here's our day of the murder. Or is this when he fell down? How many caused? One and spilt. This is our main guy. Okay, so this is the gasoline on his coat is because he spilt some on his coat, and he did go and get at 10:08. Look at this. At 10:08, he goes out. Now we can narrow the timeline more, right? At 10:08, he's arrived at the fuel store. He said he was going to go get fuel if it goes out again. He was going to take responsibility. He goes, he grabs the cans at 10:08 and spills some on himself. He said he was going out to get fuel, and he did go out to get fuel. Spilled some gasoline on himself. And now I wonder if he didn't come back. But anyway, a minute later, he's getting more. So here he is at 10 p.m. He's bringing back 2 gas cans. And then he's killed in that smaller time window now between coming back at 10:10 and 10:20. And remember, we noted that people would know he would go out and get the gas when the power went out. So everyone would know where to kill him. But now we've narrowed down our time frame here to a smaller window. And we know where the gasoline is from. Okay. Well, that's all of the physical items. if you think about who we have alibis for, we have the pilot has an alibi. She's flying the helicopter. Gary, who's been comatose the whole time and is in the helicopter. And then John Klein. Where's our list here? John Klein, the zoologist, he's in the helicopter. These three are in the helicopter. And then Phoebe has her blue stain alibi, unless she's faked it all. Martin is supposed to be in the closet, but we're not sure. Maybe the security will tell us that. We've got an alibi for Mikkel Besson. We can see he was asleep. That's a very strong alibi. And this is Harriet, the pilot. She's got her alibi. Russell has no alibi. He says he's in the kitchen. Arlene Fitz has no alibi. Russell, Arlene, that's it. Anna says the coma guy isn't in the helicopter. Well, maybe we need to clarify. There's two people who have been injured and incapacitated. One is Gary. That's who I'm calling the coma guy. But maybe Gary's in a coma too. Gary is in the helicopter. It's Mikkel Besson, who's not in the helicopter, but he's hooked up to a machine in the bed. But both of them have alibis. Gary, who's comatose in the helicopter or injured in the helicopter. John Klein, who's accompanying him. Mikkel Besson is in the hospital bed asleep. One, two, three. Yeah, and then we've got our victims. So only Russell and Arlene Fritz don't have good alibis. What does Arlene even say where she is? Let's read this and then we'll take a break. Let's see what Arlene says. I was checking up on Michael when it went into power. She goes to find the doctor. She finds him. She talks to him. He starts to go out to get fuel. She goes and talks to the police. And then she comes out and finds the body. Okay, so we're going to probably believe her. But two of them don't have alibis unless, let me just put one more remote possibility. Phoebe, the biologist, has a motive, right? She's very worried about her case. And she's been talking to people about this blue liquid. And she went to huge trouble to teach some other guy about it. So it's possible that she's figured out an alibi for herself with this blue liquid. I don't think so, but it's something to keep in mind. Okay, and in the chat, Cryptic Killers has stopped by. My question is, who is it that stopped by in our channel? Is it the author, the main person behind Cryptic Killers, who we see their photo at the solution of all of these games? Or is it a marketing person from Cryptic Killers? I'd like to know. But while we're waiting for the answer to that, we'll take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll dig into the online elements. Okay, we're back. Let's check in with the chat here. Andy from Cryptic Killers is here. He says, I listen to your channel. Appreciate your feedback. Positive, negative. It helps us shape future releases. Due to the time difference, I've only just tuned in. How are you finding this one? Jonathan says, enjoying the atmosphere. Anna says, I like it so far. Interesting possibilities. Marco says, it seems a good one. I'm definitely enjoying it. It's too early to know, though, where it's going to rank. But I would say, in general, we like the harder ones. So this would be near the top tier. But it doesn't, to me, it's not, to me, Maryvale Manor, Murder in Market Hill, those are my top tier. This doesn't feel like it's grabbing me quite the same, but it's also, I'm still getting my footing here. It feels like we're in a different, I can't quite put my finger on it here. It feels like we're not quite in the same place of having to make the pieces fit and that being difficult as we were in those. So I'm not sure, but we'll see. We still, it's too early to know. Andy says, Maryvale Manor is my favorite also. I mean, Maryvale Manor was special. There was something about that one where the narrative elements there were so engaging. But Murder in Market Hill was a very close competitor as well. You keep making these hard cases. We'll keep playing them. I've done a review of all of the Cryptic Killer games we've played, which is eight or so. Only the latest one didn't make it into that review. And I'm on the record as saying Cryptic Killers is one of the most consistently high quality in every sense of the word cold case games. So it's sort of the go-to brand to recommend now, just because they're so consistently good. They cover such a spectrum from on the easier side to really about as hard as these cold case games get. And they really do reward deep thinking. So I can't say enough good about Cryptic Killers. However, we still have this game to finish, and I'm not sure where this fits on my ranking. It doesn't feel like it's going to be my favorite, but we'll see. All right, so where do we leave off? We left off with me going through alibis, but forgetting to write down Phelps. Phelps is the guy that got locked in the closet. So maybe before we go to the online stuff, we like to take our time with these games. So let's make this official here. Let's take our time here. Okay, so we've got our victim, who's Achenbach, right? Okay. Now, Gary, the communications guy, he was on the helicopter, so he's alibied. There's just no way he could have done it. Right? Okay, next up. Next up is Arlene. Arlene Fitch. She's got no alibi, right? But motive is weak, very weak motive. Okay, next up is Phoebe. Phoebe, the biologist, has a strong motive, but she's got the blue dye, which is a strong alibi, if not fake. So you could imagine that she's created this alibi for herself by corralling another person and telling them, look at this blue dye. It just disappears this many inches per hour. And then she knows she's made two solutions. One disappears this much per hour and one doesn't. So unless she's faked the alibi, it's a good alibi. But also she has a relatively strong motive. Maybe medium motive. Okay. Now we've got John Klein. He's got a rock solid helicopter alibi. And no motive. Then we have Martin Phelps. Martin Phelps has no alibi, right? We know he escaped right about the time of the murder and probably crossed paths with our guy. His motive is psychosis. Psychosis and revenge for locking him up. And he had access to the tranquilizer. So he should be a high candidate for us to consider. And then we've got Mick Besson. Okay, we've decided he's in his hospital bed. We've looked at that hospital chart, his machine chart. We saw that it lost power at night, and we concluded that because of the heart rate, that when it kicked back on, so it was out when power was out, the murder was somewhere in here, but when it kicks back on, he's just waking up from sleep. So he was asleep. So his alibi is strong. Harriet is our helicopter pilot. That's as strong an alibi as you can get. And then we've got Russell. Russell has no alibi. He says he was washing dishes and saw it all happen. And he's got possibly a very strong motive. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't learn via emails that his daughter has killed herself or tried to kill herself. So essentially, we've got 3 possible people. Arlene Fitch, the doctor, Martin Phelps, the psychotic astronomer, or Russell, the father of the woman we think lost her whole life because of our Albrecht, our victim. And so I think it's going to be Russell. That was Jonathan's theory. But we're going to have to find alibis for the rest of them. Hopefully we'll get those in our emails. All right. So are we ready to go to the online stuff? Where is our note about the online password? We made our notes about that. Unless they all conspired against him, had a plan, so everybody who has a motive has an alibi. The ones without an obvious motive are the killers. So the power outage, everything was a plan. I don't think it doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why. Because the person who had the strongest motive is alone near the body, Russell washing dishes. So if Russell was involved, he would have given himself a better alibi. Okay, Jonathan asks the question, is anyone not ready to go to the website, to go to stage 2? where we log into our account. Is there anyone who has other stuff that they want us to do first? If there's no objection. There are other questions I think we have that we want to answer for our own sake, like how did Phelps get out of the closet? But we have figured out the gasoline. Let's just clean up our workspace a little bit here. And maybe make sure we understand Phoebe's blue dye alibi. Do we go to the password protected site or the various websites first? I think we go to the password site and then we might search to make sure you couldn't get to those other websites. I'm not convinced that you can go to any of the other websites, but I did make a list of them in case we want to try. But let's go to the access. I think it's all going to be done through here. I can't remember. Cryptic Killers recently has not made use of third-party websites, but there may have been one case or two that did. But I like this system better, where there's just one website where everything is. So let's go ahead and go to that. So we've written down our 3 parts that we think the password is. So let's get everything together here. Okay. www.rcmpwebmail.com. Okay. So what are we told? Password hint, but it wants our email first. I am thinking this is not actually need this guy's email, although I think we actually were told it somewhere. Yeah, we actually were. So actually we are given our email address. So p.l. Okay. It's not CP, it's PL Ayers, rcmpwebmail.com. Okay. And the password we came up with is the bar on Front Street, no spaces, all lowercases. The bar on Front Street was DKES, Dukes. Let's turn this on so you can see if I'm making any mistake. Dukes. The lake north of Silver City was KLUANE, 6 letters, and then the height of Mount Mortimer, 3740, which we calculated, and if it doesn't work, we'll revisit it. Okay, so here we are, we're in, and we've simply got 7 emails. What have we got? The webcams, we were hoping to find those. Emergency ward. That's going to be what I said about the daughter, maybe. Or it could be one of our people who got brought to the hospital. Okay, let's see. Where do you want to start? I guess we'll start here at the earliest one and work our way to more recent. Hello, Detective. We've asked our responder, Adeline Faircloth, to provide her interpretation of events tonight in case it's of any use. I've pasted it below. Chief Winterburn, We received a call at 2212 from someone at the Mount Mortimer Scientific Research Station who was contacting us via satellite phone call. The caller said, "This is Arlene Fitch, the doctor." Remember, she said she tried to call the police. She had some trouble getting through. Caller said there had been issues with the power at the station. The facility chief had gone out to the fuel store to gather more fuel for the generator. At first, the caller just said they wanted to keep us abreast of the situation in case it escalated. Still, after they hung up, they immediately called again to ask for help getting a sick member of the facility back to Whitehorse. Combined time of the two calls was 5 minutes. It was a short while later, at 22:21 to be precise, that I received another call from the same caller informing us about the death of the facility chief. Okay, so we didn't write this down, but 22:21 was the call about death. The autopsy coroner says dead between 10 p.m. and 10:30. Now we've already narrowed it down to 10:20, but we can shorten the beginning window more too, because when Achenbach, sorry, it's not Achenbach's report, it's the fuel log. The fuel log has him picking up fuel at 22:09. So now we know between 22:09 and 20 is his time of death. So an 11-minute window. And really, you got to figure if they're calling about the dead body at 22:21, it's probably significantly shorter. And if he picked up the fuel at 22:09, it's got to be closer this way. So probably you're looking at 22:11 to 22:18, like a 5-minute window here where he was actually killed. All right. So, and everything that's here is completely consistent with what Arlene Fitch says. So that's a pretty good alibi for her. In fact, it's hard to see how she could be making these calls at 22:12 and then call again. How is she doing this all and then have time to kill him? She's calling on a satellite phone. She doesn't need power. Right? Marco is asking, don't we have a complete blackout? I think we're on, I don't remember if we're on reserve power. Not a complete blackout, but the phone is off, but she's got her satellite phone. Okay, so next up. That seems to be consistent with Arlene. Okay, radio to radio. Let's see what we got here. The tech guys have been accessing Mount Mortimer's remote data and found something important. It's to do with the radio-to-radio system at Mount Mortimer. As part of the system, handheld transceivers, walkie-talkies, recorded the calls made and would sync up with a computer program that saved recordings. From the data, they discovered that one transceiver was used during the blackout, which later synced up with the computer when the power was restored, allowing us to access the recording remotely. All right, so remember, Achenbach could call in to Arlene. He gave her a walkie-talkie. He said, I'll call you if I run into trouble while getting fuel. But she turned it off so she could concentrate on the phone call to the police. So she says, maybe he tried to call, but I missed it. And now we're hearing that actually it may have recorded the message from Achenbach. And we're going to get to hear it. Now, I do have my headphones somewhere. I'm going to try to use these headphones. We'll see if this works. Might have to play this a couple times to get it to work. All right, let's see if we can hear this together.
Arlene. Arlene, are you there? I've been attacked. Tell the police. I think that insane fool has shot me with a tranquilizer dart. Oh, it went in my neck. I can't. Everything is going all wobbly. I don't know how he escaped. I tell you, we need a proper brig. It's hard to walk. Everything is numb. It's like walking through syrup. I dropped the jerry cans outside. You'll need to get someone to collect them to fuel the main generator. I'm heading in through the garage. Are you there?
He's about to get stabbed.
Arlene? I'm inside now. Where are you? Have you got to the police, Arlene? Please, tell them to come quickly. They've already...
Okay, well, it's clear that he's been shot with the tranquilizer dart outside, and then he's made his way inside where he's gotten stabbed. Everything he's saying is talking about Phelps. He's saying Phelps, the crazy guy, got out and attacked him with the tranquilizer gun, which makes sense. Phelps was in the closet, could have gotten the tranquilizer gun while he was there, and has escaped the closet. Now, the question is, well, there's a couple of questions. We talked about the idea that Phelps, the crazy guy, could have shot him with the tranquilizer to make his escape, but not been the one to kill him. That's still a possibility, right? In fact, I mean, what's our theory? Shot him with the tranquilizer gun, and then he's come inside, and then someone attacked him with icicles. But what's the likelihood that the same person did both? But also, it's just his supposition, isn't it, that he's being attacked by the astronomer with a tranq gun? Does he actually see him? He just says, I think it's him, right? These two look similar, don't forget. Russell and Martin Phelps look kind of similar. So I noticed one other thing in the audio. What else did you notice in the audio? So he clearly thinks Martin Phelps has attacked him with the tranquilizer. He doesn't say anything about who's stabbing him in the neck, because that happens much too quickly. We know that he gets shot with the tranquilizer outside. And in fact, we see the tranquilizer gun is inside. and you have to open a door. This is kind of important, right? Because we know from the map you couldn't have shot him from inside out. So let's see if I can make clear what I'm saying. Okay, he's shot outside. He gets the jerry cans from the fuel. He's bringing them back. He gets shot with the tranquilizer while he's outside. Then we hear him come in. In fact, we hear him open a squeaky door. I wonder if that means he's come in this way rather than shutter door. Or if we're hearing him open this door. Okay, might listen to that again. But anyway, he says, the guy shot me, Phelps, and I'm getting dizzy. I'm coming inside. Then he says, then maybe we hear him open this door with the squeak. He comes in, he says, okay, I'm inside. And he's talking about Phelps. How did Phelps get out? And then all of a sudden he gets attacked and stabbed, and we see his body is over here. Yeah, so he's coming in from inside. He opens this door. His body is here. Now the tranquilizer gun is here. That suggests that whoever shot him here followed him in with the tranquilizer gun. A little weird. Unless he didn't shoot him and stabbed him. But there is something weird about the guy doesn't follow him. He gets dizzy, he slowly walks in. No one's attacking him here. That's pretty weird. Like, why is he not seeing and being attacked by his attacker who shot him? All right, the chat wants to get my attention, but before I do, let me just talk about one other thing. What I noticed in the audio is we don't hear the snowcat start up and drive away. So if we think Martin Phelps, like I was thinking earlier, is it possible that Martin Phelps is trying to make a getaway, shoots him with the tranq gun in order to get away, and then someone else comes and like finds the body and kills him? But we don't hear the snowcat start up. By the way, you can also hear from the audio that my whole theory about the falling icicles was wrong. He's obviously fully conscious and awake walking in here when he gets attacked and stabbed. Okay, so let's listen to it again and see if we can figure out. I mean, he drops the jerry cans outside, so I think he's hit here. This is where the dart is. So he's obviously hit outside. But then the question is, when he says I'm inside, does he mean I'm in here or in here? Let's listen to it again.
Arlene. Arlene, are you there? I've been attacked. Tell the police. I think that insane fool has shot me with a tranquilizer dart. Oh, it went in my neck. I can't. Everything is going all wobbly. I don't know how he escaped. I tell you, we need a proper brig. It's hard to walk. Everything is numb. It's like walking through syrup. I dropped the jerry cans outside. You'll need to get someone to collect them to fuel the main generator. I'm heading in through the garage. Are you there?
Heading into the garage.
Arlene? I'm inside now. Where are you? Have you got to the police, Arlene? Please, tell them to come quickly. They've already...
Sounds to me... All right, he's clearly going in through the garage. That's can't be of any doubt. Sounds to me like he got in and then he opened the door to come into the inside. Like that swinging door. He's left the jerry cans outside. He gets shot. He comes in through the garage door. This is already open, it sounds like. That makes me think that the guy has already driven away, maybe. And then he opens the door and comes inside where he gets stabbed, which is where we see him. We see the blood down this corridor. So it feels like someone was waiting for him, waiting to stab him. I'm just a little confused how... Is it all just Phelps? Has Phelps shot him, run inside? And does he see Phelps? It's not clear if he's just assuming it's Phelps. But why would he think... Why he must have seen him. Maybe the only thing he's not sure about is what he hit him with. He's like, I think that crazy guy got out and shot me with a tranquilizer. So maybe he's clear who it was. He's just not clear who got him. But is what's happened that this guy's shot him, run back inside, waited for him, dropped the tranquilizer gun, because the tranquilizer gun is found here, not outside. And then when our guy comes in, he stabs him. But how has he gotten these icicles and stuff? Something's not right here. Something's not fitting. All right, well, let's just put that on hold while we look at the rest of our evidence. It seems too straightforward for it to just be Martin. All right, let's keep going. Next up, HJ Police Station. So far, I've been wrong about the icicles, but let's see if I'm right about the daughter. Hello, Detective. This report from the town of Haines Junction near the base of Mount Mortimer just came in. As it relates to your investigation, I'm forwarding it to you. Message received 1:19 a.m., so a couple hours after our murder, 3 hours after our murder. We've just received a call from a local resident saying that they have just seen somebody crash a snowcat into a tree at 1:10 a.m. When we went to investigate, we saw it was the snowcat belonging to the research station on Mount Mortimer. We drove the driver to the police station. From materials on this person, we identified him as Martin Phelps. He isn't severely injured, a few bumps and bruises, but nothing that needed medical attention. However, he was visibly shaken. He's in a very anxious state, possibly even delirious. All he's been able to say to us so far is, had to get out, had to get out. We've called for a doctor to examine him. In the meantime, we examined the snowcat, found nothing apart from the big dent in the front. I'll keep you updated. So this is suggesting, well, we lost something down at the bottom. This seems to be suggesting that Phelps just wanted to escape and wouldn't have stabbed him inside. So are we back to the one of our original theories that Phelps has escaped with the tranquilizer gun, shot him to make his exit, but actually didn't murder him? Murdering him with the icicles is not something that Phelps would be in a position to do. I think we might have a separate person who's done the murdering from the person who's done the tranquilizing. Corey has joined us here. Don't give us any hints. All right. So far, Do we know anything about how long it takes the snowcat to drive down here? I know we heard about snowcats being sold after they get replaced, but I don't think we were told the time. Wait a minute. No, that's not right. We were told hold on a second. I see the channel is going somewhere else, but wait a minute. We were told the speed of the snowcats, and we do have a map for distance. We have map for distance, and we were told the speed of the snowcat. Now we know when he arrived in town. I don't think we even considered that we might be able to figure out when this guy left. Where is our snowcat times? Look, the nearest town is 80 kilometers away by a nice clear road. That's where this guy has crashed, in Haines. We're just told that it was from the Haines police station. Okay, so now, look what we're told. Snowcat, 30 kilometers per hour. 80 kilometers. You didn't realize that we were going to be able to figure out this, did you? I'm talking to the audience here. 80 kilometers at 30 kilometers per hour, 2.6 hours. Should have taken our guy Phelps 2.6 hours to drive to town. Okay. Now, when does he crash? We're told exactly when he crashes. 1:10 a.m. So 2.6 hours is 0.6 of an hour is what? Maybe 45 minutes, 40 minutes. Okay, so 2 hour 40, somewhere in there. 1:10, that makes 12:10, 11:10 minus 40 minutes gets us 10:30. That's, well, if he left at 10:30, I guess that's consistent. I thought we were going to find that he had to have left before the murder, but we've got our murder happening at 10:15. So what we're learning here is that he did not leave before the murder. He was there on the premises. Well, yeah, I mean, was he going at full speed, limited to 30 kilometers? It is tight, but it's not a clean alibi. I mean, if they wanted to make it a clean alibi, they would have making it take him 3 hours. Well, it's tricky. We've been playing for 5 hours so far, but we are almost done. Okay, well, I suppose it's not that surprising. Well, I know. I mean, we could have hoped that someone else shot him, but this certainly seems like he could have been there. All right, well, let's keep going. Boy, that seemed like I was going to break this case wide open with this information. It seems awfully odd that we would have had all that information and be able to calculate that. Can we see if the police station, is the police station further away from Haines? I mean, there's the town of Haines, then there's the police station. Report from the town of Haines near the base. Saw someone crash at 110. We got a call at 110. Hold on. We got a call. We just received a call at 119. Someone crashed at 110. Let me just see. 2.6 hours. Let's make sure we're not making some stupid mistake. 2 hours, 36 minutes. Okay, so a little bit more. 2 hours, 36. So that's the fastest. If he was going the fastest he could go, 2 hours and 36 minutes would be 11:10 minus 36 minutes, or 11 o'clock minus 26 minutes, which would be 10:34. Seems like he could have done it and left. Not a strong alibi. That troubles me. That troubles me greatly. But okay, we can come back to all this later. We don't have to. He just has to get out. All right. Well, let's look at what else we got. C+ data. Okay, what's this? We've been able to access the global positioning data, the vehicle with registration CL+. Oh, maybe now we're going to find out that are we going to now find out that well, what is this? Because this is a 8 p.m. 8 to 10:25. Is this a helicopter? I wonder if this is our helicopter leaving at 8:20 p.m. $60.30 to 139. $60.30 to 139. Okay, so that top number is Mount Mortimer. That's our research station. And let's see where they're flying. 60:30. Oh, that's their round trip. Okay, so this is our round trip of our helicopter that has gone out and come back. You can see there's a round trip. The top number is at the station and the bottom number is at the station. And this is flying the guy to the hospital and back. And it's a strong alibi. Left at 8:20, came back at 10:25. The guy was already dead by 10:15 or so. Okay, so that's that. Don't need anything more there. All right. Next up is the emergency ward statement. This is coming in on the 4th. Oh, Detective, as per our investigation on the ground here, we reviewed some of the people at the White Horse Medical Center. Attached is a statement from one of the people working at the emergency ward this evening. Dr. Simon Samuels. I was on duty last night in the emergency ward at White Horse Medical Center. We got a call that a patient was being brought into the hospital via the helipad from Mount Mortimer Research Station. The patient had been knocked out in an altercation. There was a worry he might have a concussion. The helicopter arrived at 9:20 p.m. It didn't stay long. We have to keep the helipad free for other potential emergencies. Dyer had been watched over on the helicopter journey by the Mount Mortimer staff pilot and another staff member with red hair. We took a stretcher up to the helipad and quickly took Mr. Dyer out of the helipad and into the hospital, where we admitted him for neurological testing, the results of which are still pending. Thankfully, all the Mount Mortimer station people are registered here when they move into the station, so we have all the patient details on file. The 2 station people left and flew back up the mountain. Okay, we didn't need any of this information. This is all confirming what we already knew. Okay, read it all. What's this? Second to the top. There's only 2 more left. As part of the Achenbach case, I had a quick look on the internet to see what I could find out about him. Apart from the quite boring science stuff, I only found one thread about him on Read It All. Okay, so it's a Reddit fake thing. This is going to be about Vogel, maybe? Let's see. Give Achenbach the sack. Has anyone else had the privilege of being in the company of Dr. Achenbach? Okay. User 1853. It's a play on the word sack or fire him. This is the guy who was accused of harming bats. Great. Still no idea who this person is. I represented my wife in court about this and got nowhere. JV. Well, that's more confirmation that it's Russell's son-in-law, JV Jared Vogel. And we know this guy's name is Jared. Janet and Jared. So the figuring out that Russell is the father of Janet, who had her life ruined by Achenbach, and that all was true. That gives Russell a huge motive. Did he actually harm them? So JV is our guy, Jared. Anna says, I just went outside. There's snow. I was looking for darts and icicles. Did he actually harm them? Wouldn't put it past him to harm penguins. Not only did he harm the bats, the sleazeball tried it on with my wife. The guy wanted revenge on her after she rejected him. Can I try it on with your wife? I'm here for the comments. Okay, go be a troll elsewhere. Avoid him at all costs, says Jared. Sounds like you are jealous. Okay, so there's that. Let's see if there's anything else we have to worry about. This is just a photograph. Related search for Achenbach. University of Vancouver, Alaska, permafrost, animal welfare. You can't click on any of those. No, it's just an image. So this seems to really be pointing at our theory that it was Russell. All right. So if in case you missed that, this is what we said before about the email internet part giving away clues. Like we had already figured this out, but if you hadn't, this would nudge you there. All right, we've only got one more thing to read. Detective, I understand you've been assigned to the Achenbach case. I've managed to pull some images from the weather webcam that is situated right outside of the Mount Mortimer research station. The camera clearly battles with connectivity. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This is what's going to break their case right here. which means that there are a lot of inconsistent intervals between the photos that it takes, but I think we've been quite lucky on this occasion. The images we were able to extract appear to have captured most, if not all, of the significant movements on the night of the murder. All right, so we've got 4 images. Let's see, here's the first one, 10:20. What do we see? The helicopter taking off. Okay, and icicles hanging from outside. I wonder if this person broke off an icicle and brought it in with them. Is that now what happened? So it wasn't some pre-planned hard thing. It was the crazy guy shoots him with the tranq gun, then follows in to the building behind him. But how could he? Because we didn't hear the door open twice. That's what's throwing me. But I suppose he could have come in the other way. All right, let's look at these pictures first and then we'll decide. Okay, so remember, you got to be careful with cryptic killers. Sometimes they hide information here, but I do see all these deadly icicles hanging off the top here. He could have just opened a window and grabbed an icicle. That's a good theory. That's a good theory. Let's look at our map again. So Achenbach comes in from the garage and we're told Russell's working in the kitchen. So Russell could have gotten an icicle out this window. It's an interesting idea. And then I guess he sees a window here too. So then he comes out. I do think maybe the audio is telling us that the tranquilizer guy does not follow him in. Like he shoots him, but then how does the tranquilizer gun end up here if he doesn't follow him in? That's the weird part. All right, well, let's look at the rest of these pictures first. And let's look at these very carefully because Cryptic Killers is known to hide critical stuff. All right, here's the helicopter taking off. Okay, here's the next photo at 22:06. Who's that? That's our guy, that's our victim carrying cans back in. I don't know why he's facing this way though. He shouldn't be facing us, should he? Why would he be going that direction? That's a weird... That's a weird direction to go. Right? I mean, it's... There's the helipad behind him. He's here. He's walking this way. Why isn't he walking this way? Kind of strange, right? Is he taking the empty cans to get them filled up? Well, it is 10:06. He doesn't... Well, you're right. He doesn't... According to the log, he doesn't have the cans till 22:08. So I think you must be right, Jonathan. He must be walking the cans to the fuel store. Okay. Any other items of import in this photo? It sure doesn't look like it. All right. Next up. Here he is. Okay. So he's actually been hit with tranquilizer out closer to the... Here, let's do it this way. He's been hit with the tranquilizer out closer to the fuel depot. And he's dropped the cans, and now he's heading back. Now, notice the garage is open. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I mean, I noticed something. There's a window without light in the second picture. Yeah, but, oh my God. I saw it. I just saw it. I just saw it. I just saw it. Okay. The case is cracked. No, it's not the window over the garage. I mean, the window over the garage could be significant, but everyone has to stop. Everyone has to stop while I crow. Now, what have I said about the Cryptic Killers games? I said we have to look carefully because they like to plant the little piece of evidence that cracks the case wide open. I'm always looking for this in every game we play, but Cryptic Killers are the ones that do it. They're the ones where there's a key piece of evidence. And the chat is guessing and they're wrong so far. The device with the light is red. Window over the garage. Nope, none of that. None of that. But there was a key piece of information, a key piece of evidence in the photos that cracks the case wide open. I think Corey's already played this and he knows that I've spotted it. Okay, you ready? You ready to see it? All right, this is exciting. Then we got to take a break. I'm going to show you the pictures and you see if you can spot it. Don't shout it out. Don't shout out the answer. Let everyone in the chat have a minute to look at it. Don't shout out the answer, I said. Just let me know when you spot it, okay? Here we go. We're gonna do the video. I mean, we're gonna do the full screen stuff. Ready? Okay. Here's the first photo. There's the helicopter taking off. Okay, first photo. You ready? Here's the second photo. Okay. Here's the third photo. Now, what do you notice? Don't say it. Just note when you see it. Cryptic Killers is supposed to have left, but they're hanging out because they're waiting for this moment. Jonathan says, I think I see it. Okay, ready? Let's do it again. First photo. There's the helicopter taking off. Second photo. Here he is leaving with the empties to fill them up. Third photo. Here he is coming back. He's been shot with the tranq dart. Not been stabbed yet, but shot with the tranq dart. Now, do you see it? Don't say what it is. Just say if you see it. I'll do it again. First photo. Helicopter's taking off at 10:20. Can you see the time? Do I need to scroll in a bit better so you can see the time? Sorry, let me do the times. I'll turn off my picture-in-picture so I'm not blocking anything. Okay, there it is. 10:20. Helicopter's taking off. Here we are. 10:06. He's bringing out our victims, bringing out the empties to fill up. He's not dead yet. Here's image 3. It's 10:14. He hasn't been killed yet. He's going to be killed in 60 seconds, but he has been shot with the tranquilizer dart on his way back from filling up the fuel tanks. In another 60 seconds, we hear him on the phone now. He's talking on the walkie-talkie saying, I've been tranked by the crazy guy and I'm headed back. Okay, now, who sees it? You've seen it. You've seen the pictures enough. Time to test your observation skills. Perry says, I see it. Jonathan says, I think I see it. Anyone else want to chime in here? YouTube says there are 17 concurrent viewers, 14 likes. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll take our break. Here it's been an hour. We're going to take our 8-minute break. Feel free to rewind if you want to rewatch and see if you're not sure. You'll have 8 minutes more to figure it out. If you're watching this not live but recorded on YouTube, you can pause the tape, try to figure it out. If you haven't spotted it, we'll reveal the answer when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, ready to crack this case wide open. All right, let me recap and then I'll show you what I see. Our prime suspect, when we listen to the walkie-talkie call, we hear our guy, our victim, say, "I've been attacked. I think that crazy guy got out of his closet and shot me with the tranquilizer dart." And it makes sense because the astronomer guy Phelps was in the closet where the tranquilizer dart is. And then we hear that the tranquilizer dart, the crazy astronomer, who is Phelps here, Martin Phelps, he was locked up in the closet, in the storage closet, which we know he got out of. We know the doors removed from the hinges. And then we hear a police report that he has crashed into the town in Haines. And by being clever, we remember that we can calculate how far it is to Haines and how fast he was driving the snowcat. We know from the police report that he was driving the snowcat, that he did drive it into Haines like a crazy person, speeding and crashed. And we thought, okay, we can figure out how long it could have taken him. Maybe we can prove that he must have left before the murder. If we could prove that he had to leave at 10 p.m. to get and crashed by 1 a.m., then we know he didn't do it. So we ran the numbers, and unfortunately for us, we got that the crash was at 1:10, and if he's driving 30 kilometers per hour, he could have left as late as 10:30. Now it seems completely consistent. He's broken out, he shot the guy. We've got this weird circumstance, though, where he's clearly shot outside, but the murder happens inside. Seems a little inconsistent, but then we thought, did he circle back? Did he go inside? Did he follow him? Did he take an icicle out and follow him? When he crashes, he said, "I just had to get away. I had to get away." So we know he's claustrophobic. He doesn't like being inside. So he really seems genuinely like panicked to get away. Okay. But given the timeline, we don't have an alibi for him because he could have left at 10:30 after the murder. He could have murdered this guy and then gotten the snow cab and made it to crash. Now, let's look at the photos. Here's our first photo, 10:20, right? Sorry, 8:20. 8:20, the helicopter is flying off. 8:20, that's all fine. Now, here is our guy Albrecht going out to fill the fuel at 10:06. Now, he's killed 10 minutes later, right? We can see him tranquilized at 10:14, and then a few minutes later, he comes back inside where he's killed and stabbed. But look at the difference between look at 8 p.m. Here's 10:06 p.m. 8 p.m., 10:06 p.m. 8 p.m., 10:06 p.m. 8 p.m., 10:06 p.m. What do you see? What do you see? You don't have to squint. What do you see at the garage? What do you see? The snowcat tracks. The snowcat has left. The snowcat has left. Between 8 and 10, the snowcat has left. Our guy, Phelps, has already driven off. He's gone. He is gone. Our astronomer has already stolen the snowcat. Somewhere between 8 and 10, he's gotten in his snowcat and started off to town. He's not going at the maximum speed that would get him there in 2 hours and 30 minutes, because that would probably kill him off the road in a snowstorm. He's probably going at 25 kilometers per hour, and it's actually taken him 3 hours to get to town. There's no one else driving a snowcat. It's just our guy Phelps has broken out. No one's even noticed it. Remember, we're told the door is quietly removed and stacked next to it. He has escaped, and he has gotten out. Now, Corey says there's also something in the windows. Well, yes, we could look in the windows to see more details, but let's focus on this. Okay, so if we look here, we can see maybe some other stuff. We see 3 windows with the light above the garage. And then here, the light's off above the garage. And you can see this window here is open a little compared to this window. So he's going out. He's going out here. And then by the time we get to the third image, which is only 22:06 and 22:14, 8 minutes later, someone is looking out that window. That window right there in the center of your screen is closed there. And then here it's open a little bit. Do we see icicle change? No icicle change there. I wonder if we do see an icicle change anywhere else. But we don't think, did he really have to go to this window? I just see the window changing between 2 and 3. Does anyone see anything else changing? There's a 4th picture we haven't even looked at yet. Can we tell what window that is? We should probably look at our 4th window first, but can we tell what window that was? Yes, we can. Okay. Well, we do know whose window that is, don't we? Well, take a look. Whose window is that? It's window 6. What were we told about window 6? Do you remember? We wrote it down because we were paying careful attention to who stays where. What were we told about window 6? That's the window that's opening and closing as he's heading back in after he's been shot. So I think he's actually shot him through this window. I don't think Phelps took the tranq gun at all. I think Russell is in his room 6 and has just shot him through the window. Now, how do we know Russell's in room 6? Do you remember? Who jokes about Russell being in room 6? I believe it's Gary, our communications guy, who likes to play with him. And he says, every man who's had the misfortune of being assigned to cabin 6 knows about how you hear all of the noises from the garage, including the rattling of the shutter door in high winds, the snowcat when it fires up. Avoid cabin 6. Well, that's where Russell is sleeping. So Russell was sleeping in his cabin 6, and he hears Phelps escape. He hears Phelps escape sometime between 8:20 and 10 p.m. or so. And he wakes up and he realizes Phelps has escaped. He goes, he finds the trank gun, and then he watches as our victim goes to refill the cans, opens up his window on the way back, shoots him with the tranquilizer gun. That window opening is Russell's window. Okay, let's look at image 4 now and see, can we bring it? Let me see if I can bring it. I'd like to get it so I can switch through it more easily. Okay, but because we're on a tablet, it's not going to let me. All right, well, here is image 4. And this is after the murder. Someone has closed the door. What are all those? Oh, they've gone and picked up the jerry cans. Is it Russell that's done that? I can't remember. I do remember it being odd that we didn't seem to hear about who took the jerry cans, but look what Jonathan noticed. The icicle is gone. Okay, let's see again. So here's image 3. He's opened up the window. He shot him out of the window. Let's look at room 6's icicle. Okay, there's room 6 where Russell sleeps, cabin 6. He's opened up his window. He's just shot him. Maybe we could even see it. Not really. Okay, and now there's the window. Okay, now let's see. Whoop! Room 6 icicle is gone. So he just reached out of his window, grabbed the icicle, met him inside, and killed him, which is also, by the way, why we didn't hear the person coming from inside open the door. We hear Albach open the door, walks in, and he gets stabbed. Well, he gets stabbed by Russell, who's now grabbed the icicle, come back this way, stabbed him. And Russell has the real motive. I'm not sure why. I guess maybe they didn't want to give it away, but we're probably going to find out that Russell's daughter tried to commit suicide, or maybe he's just been planning this the whole time. But this doesn't seem like a big planned thing. He's just grabbed the murder weapon from outside the door, and then he's completely lying about where he was. It also, you can see, we can also catch him in a lie, right? Because now that we know the snowcat must have left well before 10 from that photo, now we know that his statement here about what he heard is a lie. Because he says, right, he says, I'm here in the kitchen cleaning up, I've got my music. And then he says he hears a thump, which he's pretending is our guy falling over and getting killed. And then when does he hear the snowcat? He says, I didn't see you enter the garage. I must have had my back turned on the window at the time. Generator. Did he say he heard the smoke? I can't remember. I thought he said he heard the snowcat at the wrong time. Yeah, look, a short while after I heard the snowcat driving away. Soon after I heard Fitz screaming. So that timeline's wrong. We know the snowcat drove away and he's lying about all this. Okay, so I think we've got it cracked. Is there anything else? Why would someone take the gas cans? I'm not sure we understand that, the gas can stuff. Have we just missed it? He does tell them to go get the gas cans. Maybe no one stole it. I'm not sure I understand that part. I guess we could try to understand. They find the blood. Ooh, blood. Maybe we heard somewhere that someone went and got the gas cans. I thought Fitz just ordered Russell to go get them, and he did. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think Fitz does tell him to get it. I think Jonathan is remembering correctly. My scream must have alerted Russell. I went to police while Russell went to find the fuel cans that he was supposed to bring in. So maybe there's something relevant about this, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like this is just consistent with Russell going to get the fuel cans, coming back, shutting the door. Nothing really suspicious here. Russell did get the fuel cans as instructed. So there's nothing fishy about that. Now, what's the deal with the light of this? I think this is just the state of the generator. So here, everything's fine. Here, they're in emergency power. Emergency power. By image 4, Russell has brought the cans back in and fueled it up. So they're back off power. But I think we've got this case solved. Anything else we feel like we need to know before we accuse Russell? I mean, he's got the motive, and we've caught him in a lie. We've caught the icicle. So we've got his murder weapon. We've got his lies. I think it's all but done. Arlene Fitz has a pretty strong alibi. I guess Phoebe is not so smart that she was planning her alibi all along. And Martin Phelps, well, he just went psycho, but all he wanted to do was get out of there. He didn't have to murder anyone. In fact, he didn't even shoot the guy with the tranquilizer dart, as the way I was thinking it was going to be. He just left. He escaped quietly, got in the cat, drove off, woke up Russell when he did. Russell went to check on him, saw that the closet door was open. He could now access it. And he realized, now's my chance. They'll blame Phelps. I'll just take the tranquilizer gun. He shoots him from the window. When he comes back in, he grabs the icicle. We know he grabs the icicle from his window. We saw it. Opens his window, shoots Achenbach as he's coming in from the fuel store. Achenbach comes in, he grabs the icicle, comes out here, stab, 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 stab. He's dead, or stabs him here in this direction, and then drops the tranquilizer gun in a common area. He doesn't want it found in his room. Done and done. All right, so let's go to the intro and tell it we are ready to solve this case. No need for any other websites or anything like that. All right, does anyone else want to is there anything else that anyone thinks needs to be done before we can solve this case? I'm going to go ahead and open this site. But if there's anything else anyone wants to talk about before we where is the intro? Cryptic Killers Mountain Killer. All right. Oh, before I enter this, let's see what the chat has to say. Another detail, in the first audio, we did not hear the noise on the snowcat because it was already gone. Yes, that was another thing. Like I was thinking, shouldn't we hear the snowcat driving away? But then I actually thought that was evidence initially against Phelps, because I was like, if we hear the snowcat driving away after he's shot, but before he's killed, then I was thinking, that's what's going to prove that Phelps drove away and wasn't the murderer. But I thought it was going to be that Phelps tranquilized him. But it was only with this little change in theory where Phelps had escaped earlier, then it all makes sense. I thought the outgoing footprints in the third picture looked fresher than the incoming from the one guy. I thought the outgoing. Right, well, that was turned out to be on the fourth picture, the outgoing earlier. All right. Ready? Okay. Who killed Achenbach? Okay. So our person is, that's his full name. It's not Martin Phelps. It's Russell Sands. It's Russell Sands. Where is Russell? It's Russell, and Russell's trying to make it look like Phelps did it. It's Russell Sands, the father of Jane, who Achenbach ruined her life by trying to date her. When she rejected him, he got her in trouble for bats and stuff. We read the article about it. Okay, so answer is Russell Sands. Any disagreement? Let's spell his name right, in case the game cares. Russell Sands. Here we go. The White Horse Times, Mount Mortimer SRS Station Chief killed. White Horse, Yukon. The Mount Mortimer High Altitude Research Station became the scene of a shocking crime on Saturday night when the station's chief, Dr. Nelson Achenbach, was found dead. The White Horse Times has confirmed that the station's chief, Russell Sands, has been arrested in connection with the killing. The station's chef, Russell Sands. In an exclusive statement, Sand's attorney acknowledged that his client admitted to the manslaughter of Dr. Achenbach, but emphasized that Sands did not initially intend to kill him. Mr. Sands' purpose was to prove his daughter's innocence, the attorney explained. Sands' daughter, Jane Vogel, a former researcher, had reportedly been embroiled in the Arctic bat scandal, a situation Sands and others claim was orchestrated by Achenbach after Vogel rejected his romantic advances. Sands, having tried unsuccessfully to get Achenbach to admit to his alleged misconduct, reportedly lost control in a moment of extreme stress, resulting in the tragic outcome. Earlier that day, another staff member, Martin Phelps, had allegedly assaulted a colleague, leaving them hospitalized. According to a spokesperson for the National Science Institute of Canada, NSIC, which manages the station, Phelps was confined in a makeshift brig after the incident. After Phelps reportedly escaped his confinement, Sands allegedly saw him flee through the garage door, viewing the event through one of the kitchen windows. Then, noticing Achenbach on the fire escape from a different kitchen window, Sands quickly devised a plan involving the tranquilizer gun that had been stored in the storage closet, which was being used as a break. He reportedly retrieved the gun and shot Achenbach from his bedroom window as Achenbach returned from fetching fuel for the station's backup generator. Once Achenbach was sedated, Sands allegedly used a large icicle from outside his window to stab him in the neck. Sands then disposed of the icicle by melting it in the kitchen sink, posing as if he were washing dishes when Achenbach's body was discovered by another colleague at the SRS. Sands then reappeared at the scene, attempting to feign ignorance. Despite these efforts, Sands ultimately confessed after detectives found he was the only staff member who lacked a verifiable alibi. In the aftermath, NSIC confirmed a temporary halt in operations at the station. We will resume operations once this tragedy is fully addressed and a replacement for Dr. Achenbach is appointed as facility head, said an NSIC spokesperson. As the investigation continues, the scientific community remains divided, with some mourning Dr. Achenbach's loss and others grappling with the unsettling circumstances surrounding his death. Here's a summary of the clues. Did you find all of them? Phoebe Haig, biologist, may have initially had a motive after he threatened to cut power. However, she found a workaround, restored power, removing her known motive. She claimed she was in the CAE at the time. Photo taken at 22:30 shows 4 centimeters stain, partially blue and partially faded. By calculating the stain's fading rate, detectives confirmed the solution was applied at around 22:15, just before the murder. Harriet Hiller's diary further corroborates Phoebe's blue stain timing method, reinforcing her alibi during the time of the crime. Probably we could have narrowed that time window a little bit. We estimated it, and then we still had a wider range for the death, so it felt like a little iffy of an alibi, but it was good enough for us. Harriet hinted at retribution if Besson's condition didn't improve, but he did get better, and she was in her helicopter, and GPS data prove it. John Klein, he was in the helicopter as well. Michael Besson, let's see if it confirms our same theory about his being asleep when it came back on. On the night of the murder, Besson was in the infirmary unconscious and connected to a heart rate monitor. The observation logs show his heart rate remained at resting level until a power outage, confirming he was comatose. The power outage briefly disconnected, and when it came back on, his vitals were still in a resting state, slowly rising to an awakened state after the murder taking place, clearing him. That's very good. We found that. Gary Dyer, he's the one that was in the helicopter. Let's see about Arlene Fitz. She had a contentious history. Remember, I initially thought she might have been Jane Vogel with a different name. She was one of the last people to see Achenbach alive. She stated she saw him around 2208 as he went to the fuel store, after which she returned to the infirmary. 2212, she placed a call. Police records show the call lasted 5 minutes, ending at 2217, which aligns with Achenbach's estimated time of death. Timing of the call, confirm her alibi. We did confirm her alibi. I don't remember it being exactly 5 minutes. Okay, now let's read Martin Phelps. Martin Phelps, an astronomer at the SRS, had a tense relationship with staff. After a fight, they locked him in. Phelps managed to escape from the storage closet by removing the door hinges. Weather cam images show snowcat tracks leading away from the station by 2206, suggesting Phelps used the vehicle to flee the SRS before the murder occurred. That was the breakthrough. He was later found at 1:10 a.m. in Haines Junction, about 80 kilometers from the SRS, having crashed the snowcat. With the journey taking at least 2 hours and 40 minutes, the timing confirms he left the station before the murder, establishing a solid alibi. This seems to suggest that the travel time would have established an alibi. I don't think that's right, is it? That's not right. The journey time at least taking 2 hours and 40 minutes does not give him an alibi. It's the snow tracks that give him an alibi. But if you just knew that he arrived at 1:10 and it took 2 hours and 40 minutes, that would be 10:30. So this text is not 100% correct. The alibi is that he's left by 2206. The travel time is not an alibi. Correct me if you think I'm wrong. Russell Sands, the station chief, had a personal grudge against Dr. Achenbach due to his connection to a legal case that ruined Russell's daughter. On the night of the murder, weather cam footage shows him outside an open window. The window belongs to Sands' bedroom, identified by the map, along with talk of his bedroom being closest to the garage. Closer examination of the footage reveals an icicle previously hanging is now missing. The murder weapon left a clean wound, all that stuff. And this is Luke, one of the founders of Cryptic Killers. Okay, now, why is Noah saying, does someone want to correct me? Because I'd like to be clear that this is not right. The snowcat leading away at 2206, suggesting that he used the vehicle to flee before the murder occurred. That's done. That's all good. That's how we gave him an alibi. But this second statement is wrong. He arrived at 1:10 a.m. He crashed at 1:10, having crashed the snowcat. With the journey taking 2 hours and 40 minutes, the timing confirms he left the station before the murder, establishing a solid alibi. That whole part about 2 hours and 40 minutes is useless. Because 2 hours and 40 minutes before 1:10 is 10:30 p.m. He could have left at 10, if you had no other information that he had to have left before 10:30, that doesn't give you any help. Because he could have killed him at 10:16 and then waited 15 minutes smoking a cigarette and then gotten the snowcat and had enough time to arrive in Haines. So I don't know really what this last sentence should say the opposite. It said, with the journey taking at least 2 hours and 40 minutes, he would have had time to kill him and leave. But the tracks prove that he left earlier. Okay. Jonathan says, Anna's read might be right if it's just saying he didn't come back with the cat. I guess you could say he was found at 1:10. You're assuming he went 30 kilometers in the entire 80 kilometers. It's not that I'm assuming that. I agree with you. I agree with you. But the point is, it's not an alibi because he could have gone that fast. So it's not that I'm assuming he went 30 kilometers. I'm just saying it's not an alibi. I guess Jonathan and Anna are trying to say, well, what if you imagined a scenario where he left early and then he came back and killed him? But that doesn't work because he could have come back, killed him. If you're going to allow yourself to say he could have come back, then yeah, he comes back. He comes back at 10:20. He kills him. He smokes a cigarette. At 10:30, he gets in the cab again and drives off again. He has enough time to crash. So that doesn't work. That statement about the journey took at least 2 hours, 40 minutes does not give him an alibi. Okay, anyway, let's not belabor the point. We did solve it because we correctly figured out all that stuff in the end. I told you that Cryptic Killers likes to put in that little photo, that little one piece of evidence that takes you a long time to figure out why it's so significant. But once you do, you solve the case. And we did it here in a nice, fun moment. All right, so let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll discuss this case. If you've played other Cryptic Killers, I'm curious where you think this ranks. I have some thoughts of my own, but I'll see you in 5 minutes. We'll discuss it. We're back to give our final thoughts on Cryptic Killers' Murder on Mount Mortimer. Let's check in with the chat. Overall, an enjoyable case, nice atmosphere and setting. Enjoyed the bit of cabin fever. Marco says, I like the case. The weather station photos solve a lot and are indispensable, but without reasoning about the other evidence, they would not have been as useful. We had already checked the alibis and motives before entering the net, so they only served to nail the most likely suspect by having the strongest motive. Corey says, solid game from Cryptic as per usual, mid-range out of the 9. Marco says, I did not perceive the case as that difficult. I think 3 out of 5 or 3.5 out of 5 is more accurate assessment. Corey says, enjoyed the storyline, 3 out of 5 difficulty. Jonathan says, even though DJ called the weapon very early and we spotted Russell before super late into the game, the process of dotting the I's and T's for alibis was still fun, still felt engaging till the end. I think the icicle sort of feels to me like it would be a good intro to the series. Okay, well, we've played for 6 hours. So we had a full evening. Well, obviously a very enjoyable case. Cryptic Killers is so consistently good. I mean, it's a very solid case with some cool moments. There was a cool moment with the blood pressure, but that one key part at the end where it all fit together, that they do that as well as anyone, and they create these aha moments in all of the Cryptic Killer games. There seems to be like one piece of evidence that's really enjoyable to do. I do think, so a couple thoughts though. I do think the chat is right about the difficulty. It feels like this was easier than the other 2 4s and 4.5s we played. Now, Murder in Market Hill, which we played previously, was a 4.5. It was noticeably more difficult than this. So I do think you could argue that this maybe is closer for us, at least, to a 3.5. A little bit easier than the other 4s we've played. Although you could see you could get hung up on that last thing. Noah says, I solved this without realizing who Jane Vogel was. So I kind of feel kind of weird about my solution. I wish the website would have asked for what was the killer's motive, so I would have been forced to work it out. That's a good point. I think that ties a little bit with the easiness. Like, depending on what you see, you'd feel very confident that it was Russell, even if you didn't have a motive. Now, we picked up his motive very quickly, and I think that's the other thing when we were talking about is it easy? Was it easy? Because we figured out right away, not right away, but we did figure out that this was Russell and that his daughter was the same daughter that was mentioned in the newspaper. And back with the theory about, there was the article about Jane. Back with the theory about it being easy, there were a couple times where it seemed like it was really making sure that we had identified what picture was which. And then we were really making sure we identified that this guy was the lawyer because we got the website on the internet where we could see him talking about it. So I think those are more evidence that the game wanted to make sure we didn't miss stuff, which is all good. No complaints about that. I think it's good to redundantly make sure you didn't miss anything. But I think the other thing that's worth mentioning is we've been yet again validated in this practice of not visiting the internet until the very end. Like, I think they might want to consider making that an official recommendation. Because I can absolutely see some groups read that introduction. Like right at the start, it tells you need these 3 facts to go to the internet. I can see people searching through the documents, finding those 3 facts, and then you get that internet component. It just feels like that would be doing things in the wrong order, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it feels like, I mean, the fact that we consistently have these good experiences playing these games in the order we play them in, and it feels like you might give away too much if you did the internet first, but maybe we're wrong. Maybe you could attack this in any order and you just have a different experience, but not a lesser experience. Getting back to the easy thing, though, it does seem like very early on, one of us guessed it was an icicle. And very early on, we identified Jane Vogel as the key motive. If not for that last twist about Phelps getting out and it seeming like it was Phelps, this might have been a little bit of a letdown. But boy, that audio was handled so well, wasn't it? Like, that's the sign of people who've got skill at this. The fact that we listened to that audio, right? And he's like, that crazy guy got out. He shot me with a dart. But it's phrased in a way that you're like, did he see him or didn't he see him? And that doubt is enough. Now, when we heard that audio, we were like, oh, wow. Could it really be Phelps? Could this whole thing be Phelps? It seems too straightforward. But he thinks it's Phelps. He doesn't say, I think it's Phelps. He's kind of said it in a way that's so subtle. I wonder how long they have to work to get that wording right. But it was done so perfectly. And actually, now that I think about it, it makes sense that he might have assumed it was Phelps. Like, if he gets hit with a trank gun, he might realize, hey, the trank gun is in the closet where Phelps is. So Phelps got out and he has the trank gun. It's a natural conclusion. Only we could figure out with all the evidence that he had gotten out earlier. Marco says, fun fact, we played in the channel a Black Stories case with scientists murder each other with icicles or something, if I remember it. John says, yeah, it might have been a bit too much of a trope with the weapon icicle in the icy setting. But Noah says, I don't think the icicle was meant to be hard to figure out. I think that is a very fair point. The game did not make figuring that out a super important element. What was important is noticing that he took it from the window. But I do want to circle back to, I do think this is a place Cryptic Killers could improve their thing very easily. And that's this point here. I think Cryptic Killers would do well to think hard about this comment and how easy a fix is. Noah says, I solved this without realizing who Jane Vogel was, so I kind of felt weird about my solution. I wish the website would have asked what was the killer's motive. I do think that it would be better off for Cryptic Killers not to just say who's the killer, because you could have missed a ton, but still gotten that answer right. And that's not what you want, because once they click it, they get the full solution. So I think that page should say, we've seen this before. It should say, who's the killer? What's the motive? You could list a bunch of multiple choices. You could ask, what evidence do you have? Pick the document number. But I think if you ask a couple questions, you would at least put up a barrier so the player didn't miss huge chunks before they got the answer. Because it would be very easy to rule out. You could end up ruling out everyone but 2 people and then just take a 50-50 chance. Some games don't have a better way, but they say, like, you should have a strong alibi for everyone. And it would be nice to have the website be like, how do you know it wasn't Philip Martin Phelps? If you could figure out a way to ask a couple of those questions to test whether they've figured out everything, that would be nice. That might be a little bit more work than you want to do, but at least a little bit more of a gate to make sure they found everyone by choosing how can you prove it, or choosing how can you alibi the others, or at the very minimum, have a little sentence that says, like, do you have an alibi for everyone? Do you have strong, concrete evidence of your murderer? Like, really try to make them not just guess at the answer. Because when we play these games, we know our goal is not just to guess the right answer. Our guess is to really know why and have everything lined up. And probably be good not to encourage people to just guess at an answer. Noah says, I figured it all out, except I didn't connect the name. Jane was on the back of the photo. Absolutely. The difference between playing this one person, playing it with 6 or 7 people, makes it much harder. But Noah says, I just needed to be prodded and I would have found it. In Murder in Market Hill, the same thing happened. They force you to type 2 different names, remember? That stopped me from submitting without fully solving it. Well, that's really the only strong suggestion I would have at the end of this for Cryptic Killers is, I think Noah's making a point, and I'll bet he's not the only one that would happen to. And I don't think it would be very hard to have a little bit more of a gate at the end to make sure you found the critical stuff. You could let them type in the name and then ask for some multiple choice, ask a couple multiple choices before you let them proceed through. Well, I mean, any time where I get to stop the channel and see something that not everyone saw is a fun moment for me. It doesn't happen that much these days. And boy, these aha moments are what you chase. And having that right up at the finale of seeing those photos and being able to spot not just one thing, but multiple things. And you could see how subtly and clever that was done, because once you see it, you see it. But until you see it, there's enough going on that you don't see it sometimes. And that's a fun moment. All right, so nothing tomorrow. On Sunday, we'll play another letter from a Dear Holmes case. You still have time to catch up on last week's Dear Holmes stream if you want to join us for that. Thank you all for joining me for this. Again, Thanksgiving is a time to be thankful for the things in life we have. And I am so thankful to have this channel and have good friends to play these games with. It's been a pleasure. I'll see you next time.